Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Hey. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this Sunday afternoon. I quickly changed the title of my live stream because there's some breaking news happening down in the States, and I feel like if I want any attention for my Canadian politics, I should probably be also covering the very big breaking news that is happening in the US of A right now. And I just saw some videos. It's all over Twitter and stuff, so I should probably cover that because it's very important. And, you know, up here in Canada, we like to think that we're so far away from that. Not so much, you know, because it's not like Canada hasn't attacked areas within Canada before. You know, you have the Wet'suwet'en, and you had the Oka crisis and all that sort of stuff. So it's not like it's unheard of here. Uh, and especially with some new bills and stuff that are being pushed through the governments, federal and provincial. We're not all that much different up here. It just looks nicer. That's all. That's all. But so far, in the SandBox, we have hermeteorologists Jet and Bobby. Welcome to the SandBox. I'm also a little bit pooped. Yep, I was out at Pride all day. Pride in the park. All day yesterday. It was so much fun. I love spending, like, I was there at a booth volunteering. I love spending the day there. It is such a fun event. There's so many happy people, and watching the variety of outfits and accessories, and you just sit there and you're like, oh, I want that. I want that. I want that accessory. And then you see like they had drag performers too, and I'm looking at all these outfits and it's like, the futuristic projections of the 90s as to what people would be wearing. And I'm like, I want that though. I want that. I want people just walking around on the streets with these amazing, fabulous outfits. It would be so much fun. So much fun. I want that. And look at what I bought. I bought a little, it's a pansexual kitty. It's just too cute. This isn't the only thing I bought. I bought a lot of stuff. But I just thought this was adorable. Little pansexual kitty. I also picked up a book. Not only do I write books, but I also, look into books. And so this is from a local author. I haven't read it yet, but I'm very curious about it. A Pocket Guide to Pronouns. I'm interested to see what it says and see if there's a pronoun in it that maybe suits what I feel more. Because right now I go by the she, her pronoun for the most part because I present female. It's easier on a lot of levels. And I'm not too keen on using they, them for myself, but I'm not against it either. But I'm just kind of curious if maybe there's a pronoun in there that might feel more me. So I'm super curious to see what it says. But yeah. I don't know. Should we get into it? Like I said, I'm pooped. That's why I'm starting the live stream so early. So even if it does go 4 hours, I'm still done by about 8 o'clock. Because I do have other things that I need to get done. I have a horrendously busy week ahead of me. That I'm going to be fried preparing for something for next weekend. And there will not be a live stream on Sunday next week. There's no way that is happening. None whatsoever. I'm going to be recouping from probably the lot of fun that I had the previous day in my other life that I don't present online. And I'm looking forward to it. But I have to do a lot of prep for it first. So it's, yeah, I'm going to be busy this week. But it's not like you're going to miss me because on Wednesday, I will be doing this space. I should probably play an ad for it. Yes, I am part of this space, something that the Letter Hack and a whole bunch of other people were putting together. Oh, I don't need this open anymore, so I can close that. So there's fewer tabs open. Yeah. Let's see. Where is it? Where did I? Oh, there we go. Also follow them on all social medias and stuff of that sort. Just super excited to get started with this collective. And yeah, I'll be Wednesdays from 4 to 5 regularly. I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing yet, so it's going to be an interesting time for all of us. But let's listen to this little ad from this space. Get you guys all ready for it.
Upon your this country faces some very difficult challenges. The future is dependent upon your generation. This country...
Yeah, it's a quick ad. There's another one. Let's do this one.
Now the time is nearly upon
This one's a bit longer, and it's from the Letter Hack.
us. Working class independent media. We are going to be streaming. We are going to be syndicating videos. We're going to be playing original content. It all starts June 10th. Please subscribe to that YouTube channel. Get ready to see it on other platforms. And please follow on social media. We are everywhere. Follow, subscribe. It's going to be very exciting. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. A lot of people have tried this before. Every time I bring it up to somebody, they say, wow, a lot of people have tried that before. And I say, apparently, yes, I keep hearing that. But no one has pulled it off. No one has gotten it off the ground quite the way we plan to. And believe me, along the way, we've seen how people have failed. We've seen all of the pitfalls. We've seen all of the ways we go, you know what? This is a moment right now where somebody gave up. This is a moment right now where somebody couldn't go on. This right here, this situation, this is what happened to somebody else, and they blew it. And we have moved past it. We have persevered. We have kept moving forward. The hope is that we will not talk about it as much as you will talk about it. The hope is that everyone will be saying, are you watching this space? Do you know about this space? Are you in this space? Are you a part of this space?
Watch this space.
Yep, so I will be Wednesdays from 4 to 5. And let's just see if there's one more thing I want to show from that before we get into some of the news of the day. If I go here, maybe I'll find it. No, it was under that. Okay. Oh, right. They used my other account. Just a second. Switch accounts. There we go. Let's click on this. So this is on Blue Sky right now. So, oh, I'm not following them back yet. Following. So this is some of the lineup for this space that will be happening. There's me, Humanist Report, Letter Hack, Like It or Not, Devil Smiley Face, Power Report, Environmental Coffee House, Person with Sunglasses, Mike on Fire, The Leftist Mafia is Clickbaity, The Angry Ginger, Jeff Walder, I believe that is, Movie Runtime, Doggy, Benjamin Dixon, and others, Left Past 10. But yeah, it'll be a lot of, I think it will be a very interesting project, and I'm super excited to be part of it, super grateful, appreciative to be included in it. We need more leftist spaces where people can go and have, leftist conversations, get leftist information, leftist analysis on things, because competing with the right on this is very, very difficult, because, yeah, it's quite the uphill battle, because we don't have nearly the same level of money going into it as they do. And we're all very strongly opinionated. And I was talking to them about it when we were first talking about me getting involved with them, and I was having a meeting as to why there is like this divide as to why the right can coalesce versus the left can't. And part of it is because the right is paid to coalesce. They get their talking points sent to them, and they get paid to follow those talking points. And on the left, we don't have that. Instead, we have a lot more opinionated people who are broke because we have principles and we won't sell out. And sometimes those opinions can butt heads against each other. On the right, they will cancel each other if they no longer play ball. It's not like it doesn't happen there, but if you're getting paid thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars to all be on the same page, it's far easier for them to maintain that than it is for people on the left. Oh, we got a whole bunch more people jumping into the SandBox. Hello, Carrie Woods, and Hermit Horologist, and Sonic7. Not sure I've seen you before, so welcome. And I probably say that to people a lot who I have seen before, but I'm really bad with names and faces. I'm just really, really bad with names and faces. Oh. But yeah, I had a lot of Canadian news that I wanted to cover today, but then the United States was just set on fire. And I haven't watched any of these videos, and I have no idea what's really going on yet. Well, I have some vague ideas. I was busy all day yesterday at the Pride Festival. So much fun. And a nice break from reality. Really nice break from reality. And I bought so much stuff, but I was using Christmas/birthday money I had been saving, so I wasn't spending out of pocket for all the things that I bought. And I bought a lot of stuff. I bought jewelry, of course. I bought this cute little kitty. I got a rainbow teddy bear that's in the other room. I should bring it in here. A lanyard that's in the non-binary colors, a sun umbrella that you would see like in a drink, but it's pride colors and just so much stuff, so much stuff. But it was so much fun. Fidget stuff was being given away. Apparently, lots of queer folks are into fidgety things because some of the booths were just giving away fidget stuff, and I took them. But yeah, a lot of fun. Got coasters, some really nice rainbow Anyway. Oh, I'm delaying because getting into some of this news is horrifying, and I'm still kind of on like a high buzz because yesterday was so good. Like the weather was perfect. A little warm for my taste, but you know, a lot of people tend to like that. And it was sunny, a little sunnier for my taste, but a lot of people like that. But we were under a tent, so I didn't get sunburned, and I had sunscreen on. But yeah, I'm tempted to like run out and be like, here, look at all the things that I bought. A little show and tell, queer show and tell. Uh, Tell you what, if I get some super chats, I'll show you the teddy bear and other things that I got at the Pride Festival with my birthday / Christmas money. Because that's the thing, when I'm given money for a gift, as a gift, for a special occasion like a birthday or Christmas, I will hang on to it until there's something that I want to buy that I wouldn't normally buy because I don't have the money. Like if somebody gives me money for groceries or something, that's also appreciative. But when it's a gift, I want it to be something that is a gift, you know, something that I appreciate, something that I like that I wouldn't normally have been able to get or something, you know? And yeah, I got a lot of stuff. So I'm super happy. Carrie Wood saying, I volunteered at my local Pride Festival yesterday. I am dead now. Haha. Walked 8 miles, but it was an amazing day with amazing people. Yeah, I walked around the lot a couple times too, and I'm toast. I'm toast. I am very tired. But this week is going to be a complete write-off. Like you'll see me on this space on Wednesday, but I'm so busy preparing for something else that's happening this up a week, less than a week away, and I have so much prep work I need to do for it. And it's part of, you know, it's part of the part of me that I don't show online because, you know, I don't show all of me online. So there's some aspects of my life that, you know, I like to keep a little private. I don't put everything on show per se. And it's frustrating as somebody who's autistic and loves to overshare. Yeah. So, because, you know, I should really just be keeping my mouth shut about all of that to begin with. But yeah, if I start getting some super chats, I will start showing you some of the very fun stuff that I got while I was at the Pride Festival. But yeah, delaying because horrible news coming out from the States and horrible news coming out from Canada that doesn't quite get the same type of coverage for some reason. But also some good news-ish mixed in with it. It's a whole salad bowl of news, I guess you could say. A salad of news today? I don't know. Making it up as I go along. Yeah, I'm super chatty because, yeah, I'm still on a high, but I'm also super stressed about next weekend getting prepared for it. So as always, when I'm super stressed, my ADHD acts up. And I don't have medication for it, so I'm all over the place. Yeah. So why don't we get into it? I haven't watched this clip yet. It's from CBC News, and it is 2 hours old. So it's on YouTube, so why don't we give it a watch? And then we have some other channels that are covering what's happening live, so we can always scooch over to one of those and see what's happening. So this is in LA right now. Apparently, Donald Trump has made an invading force for people in LA who were not rioting, not being fishes. Apparently, they set a grocery cart on fire that was empty. Ooh, I saw footage of that. But Donald Trump has brought in like 2,000 people decked out in military gear to quash what wasn't even a riot. that escalated. Because when you start doing that sort of things, the public will push back because they don't like that type of fascist maneuvering. And the pushback is good and it's terrifying because I don't want people to get hurt. But as long as we're pushing back and we don't do the whole comply and events type thing, um, it's showing that a lot of people, you know, have the fight in them, aren't willing to just sit by and let fascism take over. And we need, unfortunately, more of that pushback. But it's scary because, like I said, I don't want the people who are now protesting and stuff to be hurt by these fascistic forces that are being moved into the area that are absolutely violent and want to do violence. Like, that's the thing. The people who sign up to be part of these ICE raid forces are people who want to inflict violence. You know, you don't join ICE because there's no other options. You join ICE because you want to have that power rush over people. You want to inflict that violence. You have deep-seated racist tendencies that you want to express, and you want the permission to express it. And so a lot of these people who join these organizations are there because they want this. They want what's happening right now. And that's, to me, the scariest thing is how many people are signing up for this. Because if you just had Donald Trump being batshit crazy and doing all this stuff, you know, if it was just him with his rhetoric, then we could laugh it off as him just being batshit crazy. But when you have so many people willing to stand up, sit back and stand by, or step, something like that, whatever Trump said. So many people willing to inflict the violence that he is wanting. That's, that's the problem. That you have so many people wanting to sign up for this, so many people wanting to hurt their neighbors, to hurt their fellow Americans, to live in a fascist state. It's very, very disturbing. And we'll see a tweet from here in Canada where it's like, we don't want to be the 51st state, obviously, and that's a whole bunch of cope. We have issues up here, and what we see down in the States, it's not that far from happening here. And we've had things like that happen up here. But they don't quite get the same media attention for some reason. When there's certain protests, there's the, like, I think it was like the G20 summit sometimes, and what the police would do. Yeah. Anyway, why don't we watch this video from CBC News? It's about 7 minutes long. I haven't seen it yet, so this should be informative.
Los Angeles has seen nothing like it in decades, a military-style operation ordered by Donald Trump to stem protests over controversial immigration policies that have exploded onto the streets for the past 2 days. You are looking live at Los Angeles right now. The U.S. president has called up members.
So again, this was about 2 hours ago. So you're looking live 2 hours ago at what was happening.
Of the California National Guard to bolster local law enforcement, and that's what you're seeing at this moment. This is a power not invoked in Los Angeles since the infamous Rodney King riots of 1992. Let's turn to journalist Steve Futterman, who is in downtown Los Angeles near that very building that we're showing you. This is a different perspective of that live shot we just showed you, where the National Guard have been spotted, where they are setting up shop. So, Steve, bring us up to speed. It has been a volatile weekend, to say the least, in Los Angeles. Where do things stand right now?
Well, absolutely. You can see behind me, these are some of the first National Guard troops that have been deployed here in Southern California. We expect around 2,000 members of the National Guard to eventually be deployed. And this is the downtown Roy Ball building. Behind me is, and around me is where some of the confrontations were taking place late.
What's with the sunglasses, guys? Why are you trying to hide that identity? And, you know, you have the whole military fatigues on. I'm not sure what that says. It almost looks like it says army on it. Why are you so afraid to show your faces, you know, get the covering and stuff like that? If you're doing something that's good. Hmm? Why are you doing that?
Last night. In fact, if you look at some of the walls behind me on either side, you can see lots of very explicit graffiti attacking ICE officials. But these are the National Guard troops, which we're going to see here for probably the next week or so. Now, let's go back to what's happened in the last 24 hours. It's been a very tense 24 hours. Lots of confrontations in various areas. We talked about the confrontations last night, approaching midnight, past midnight. There were people going after the law enforcement officials, throwing rocks, lots of chanting, lots of flashbangs being used, or tear gas, pepper spray. Now, earlier yesterday in Paramount, California, near a Home Depot center, there was another major confrontation. Protesters thought that the authorities were going to go after some of the day laborers who often gather at the Home Depots. We don't know if they were actually going to.
These are like hunting gangs. You know, like people out there to get quotas of people to arrest. And I'm seeing like the parallels between what happens in the United States and what happens in Canada doesn't get talked about enough. Because here we have, you know, a force, a government run force to inflict violence and to kidnap people and take them away. That's happened here in Canada. They're called the RCMP. You know, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. They are surprisingly not standing for racist. That's what they used to do, was go and kidnap children from indigenous communities to send into residential schools. And they did that to thousands and thousands. And they had quotas that they were supposed to meet. So if they arrived at an indigenous community and the child that was on their list that they were supposed to collect, kidnap, was hiding or wasn't there or wasn't available, they didn't care. They would just go grab another child. And so they had code words and code sounds for when the RCMP was approaching the community that would tell the children to go run and hide in the bush. This has happened in Canada. It can happen again. And seeing it happen in the States so openly like this gives it permission to happen up here again.
To do that, but it got the protesters very upset. There were many confrontations there as well. Finally, the sheriff's department moved in and cleared them out. Now let's listen to some of the protesters who are very upset with these raids. That's what's prompted all of this, these raids to pick up people who are in the U.S. illegally and deport them.
It is a beautiful day of resistance because Trump, the administration, the Border Patrol, ICE, they know that they cannot go anywhere in this country where our people are and try to kidnap our workers, our people, and they can't do that without an organized and fierce resistance.
They're human beings just like any of us. We're Hispanics. We help the community. We help by doing the labor that people don't want to do.
This is the only way that the government is going to hear us. Whether we get hurt, whether they gas us, whether they throw whatever they're throwing at us, they're never going to stop us. All we have left is our voice.
So that is the opinions of lots of the protesters. And again, we don't know what's going to happen today. There is a rally scheduled not far from here at City Hall. Sometimes these rallies turn into additional confrontations. We've heard of no raids by ICE officials today, and we've heard no apparent confrontations yet today either, but it's still very early.
You know,
And some of the scariest things about this too is that there have been people who have been disappeared. So people who have been kidnapped by ICE, by the National Guard, by other, you know, police forces. You see reports of it all the time of people who aren't in uniform, plainclothes people that just show up in a van and kidnap people. So there are people that are missing. There are families and people in a community, friends, that are missing someone, and they have no idea where they went, who took them, why they were taken. They just disappeared. And some of those, like, again, it's so scary because what's preventing a group of people from just pretending to be some of these, plainclothes people and going and grabbing someone off the street to do horrendous things to. This is horrifying what is happening down there. And I would be scared to leave my home, because especially as somebody who's like a public leftist content creator, there's targets on a lot of people's backs right now. And yeah, it is just so many people have now been kidnapped because they spoke out against Trump. So much for the country of free speech.
At the beginning, Steve, I referenced the 1992 riots, and then the National Guard had to be brought in at that time. But you'll recall, as well as any of us, that at that time, the parameters were different. The mayor, the governor of the state, and the president of the United States were all on the same page that the riots had to be brought under control. You don't have that situation this time around. In fact, California's governor this time, Gavin Newsom, has specifically been very critical of the president for doing so, calling these actions inflammatory and saying the president is going over the governor's head. But the president not backing down. He's not a man known for doing that. And he says he's prepared to go even further if necessary. What does that tell us?
Well, you're right. I mean, I covered the 1992 Rodney King riots in this area here, and it was a much larger footprint. I mean, all parts of Los Angeles were really under threat. The rioting, the looting taking part in really all areas of Los Angeles. Here you have 3 or 4 hotspots. The downtown area near the courthouse. We had Paramount, California yesterday, and then maybe a bit to my right, the Chinatown area. But this has not been all throughout the city. You don't have Los Angeles, all of LA under fear. So it's an interesting point you bring up, but it looks like obviously the troops are here. Now today on the Sunday talk shows, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, defended the move. He said bringing the Guard in is a good idea.
I have no concern about that at all. I think the president did exactly what he needed to do. These are federal laws. We have to maintain the rule of law, and that is not what is happening. And Gavin Newsom has shown...
So easy for him to say that. Sitting there so calm, it's like, it's the rule of law. He's not in any danger. That's the thing about the people in power. They're not the ones in danger. It's so easy for them to say, we're just going to escalate the situation and send people in that they don't care about, just fodder for the cannon type thing. It is, they're so cool about it. They're so detached. They're so lacking in empathy as to what they're putting these people through. Because if you actually cared about people, you would be looking at ways to de-escalate the situation, not throw, a tanker of gasoline onto the fire.
An inability or an unwillingness to do what is necessary there. So the president stepped in. That's real leadership, and he has the authority and the responsibility to do it.
And he does have the authority to do it under some very old laws, the Insurrection Act. There could be some legal challenges, but I think it's going to be very difficult to legally force the National Guard out. Now, there has been, in addition to the National Guard, some suggestions today by Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, that maybe the Marines should be sent in. And Gavin Newsom, who you heard mentioned there, let's take a look to his response to that. He said the Secretary of Defense is now threatening to deploy active duty Marines on American soil against its own citizens. Newsom is just inflamed by all that, says that would be a big mistake. Hegseth has actually responded to Newsom. You can look there. Hegseth saying that, we're trying to talk about Marines coming in to help protect you, and you're saying no to it. So there's a bit of a back and forth between the Trump administration, members of the administration, Trump, and also now Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, and Gavin Newsom. And it's going to be very interesting, Natasha. One thing that people are wondering, is Donald Trump doing this to make L.A. an example? Obviously, his relationships with Newsom, the governor, Karen Bass, the mayor, the senator from this area, Adam Schiff, who was on the impeachment committees, those are not close relationships. And there are some people who feel that Trump may be doing this intentionally, making LA an example. And if that's the case, the next week is going to be very, very tense indeed.
Okay, and I think this one is live right now from the Independent. So this is a live feed from the Independent right now. They have over 14,500 people watching. Sorry, this is kind of just, I see this and it's kind of terrifying for me because I watched Andor. And I get the, there was a genocide that happened on Andor. Spoiler alert. And, or not on, in the series, on Andor, in the series Andor. There was a genocide that happened. And they started off by allowing all the protesters to get into the square all together, all bunched up, and then once they were, they started firing and provoking, and yeah. And so seeing a whole bunch of protesters all clustered together like this, it gets me chills, and I'm worried because I don't want people to get hurt. Let's see if there's anything else back here, maybe.
Shame! 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 Shame!
That's better.
If they rush us, they are rushing us into incoming traffic. No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! Are you gonna rush us into traffic, risking other lives? No justice! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! Stay vigilant! Observe your surroundings! Notice!
You got your finger on your trigger, you shouldn't be scared of shit! You got your finger on your trigger, you shouldn't be scared of shit!
All these people there, most likely men, dressed up in all these fatigues, ready to, you know, I hope they don't get bored, because when they get bored, that's when bad things will happen. Because I imagine a lot of them are very trigger happy and are just itching for an excuse to ignite this.
Here illegally.
Which is still dangerous, you know, ricochet and stuff, rubber bullets can still be very, very damaging, potentially lethal.
Why are you practicing genocide? Are you black? Are you brown? Well, shame on you! What are you going to tell your mother when you go home? What are you going to tell your mother?
Yeah, I get nervous seeing them all clustered like that, especially after watching Andor and seeing how things can just ignite. Okay, well, I'll pause this. We'll get back to it later. In the SandBox, if anybody hears anything on social media about something happening, we'll get back to it. And we'll check in on it later. But I do have some news dockets that I did want to get to today. And I was hoping to not make this a terribly long live stream, as I always tend to say, because I have a lot on the go, a lot that I need to get done. So what am I starting with? Do I want to start with this one or this one? I think I'm going to do things a little bit opposite of what I normally do. So I normally start with like one of the biggest meaty dockets first. But I think I'm going to get some of these smaller dockets done and out of the way, so that we can focus on some of the big meatier ones. Also some of those ones tie into what's happening in the United States right now too. So it's important to get to those. But we've had a few more people also jump into the SandBox that I just want to say hello to. We have Ronald DD and the Wild West. Welcome to the SandBox. It's a very stressful day for people. Yeah, I don't want to see people get hurt. Jet saying, so for historical context, while this is fascist as fuck, the National Guard was also called into similar larger standoffs during the Vietnam protests. This is an escalation for sure, but it's just intimidation. Ronald DD, LAPD is going to be annoyed if the National Guard starts dealing out violence on their turf. Gang wars are insane. That is definitely one way of looking at it, because there have been studies or something looked into it where basically the police forces in LA are gangs, and that's how they operate, is that as different types of gangs. Did I miss someone in here? Marty, hello. I'm hoping I'm not missing anyone in the SandBox. So why don't we just get into some of the smaller dockets? And the bigger docket that I have right now is what's happened in Ontario with Doug Ford cramming a whole bunch of very destructive bills through. But he's not the only one who's been doing it. It's also been happening at the federal level. And we'll check in on some stuff. But right here, I want to touch on some news related to Canada and Israel and Gaza and our relationship with all of that. There we go. So this is from Foreign Policy Canada. Canada opposes Israel's approval of 22 new settlements in West Bank and calls on Israel to reverse this decision. Israeli settlements in the occupied territories violate international law and undermine prospects for lasting peace and security via the two-state solution. It's funny that they send this out, but they say nothing to the events being held at synagogues where they are selling off stolen Palestinian land. If Canada really does oppose this, then why are we allowing the sale of it within this country at the synagogues, and then get mad at the people protesting those events? And they make bubble zones around it so that they can't get too close. They don't want to make people buying stolen land feel uncomfortable. No, and the city of Toronto even pushed through legislation for that specifically, even though there was a stronger disapproval of doing that sort of thing. Where is the pushback to the sale of these lands happening within this country? That's why a lot of this government is just a lot of talk and no action. Because there was that whole statement sent out, joint statement between Canada and France, and I forget what the third country was, just saying, there's a line that Israel cannot cross, or consequences. They've crossed the line plenty of times, even since that statement. Where are the consequences? Where are the sanctions? Where is the absolute all the money being taken out of them? Anything? No, no, no. Instead, we have events happening at synagogues here in Canada that is selling off stolen Palestinian land that the government just seems to be super quiet about. But something else that they're super quiet about, and they don't tend to want people to know. This is from the Maple. Canada sold 18.9 million of military goods to Israel despite pause. Canadian companies sold 18.9 million of military goods to Israel in 2024. Now remember, there was that thing where they said earlier last year, oh yeah, we're going to put a hold on all contracts selling weaponry to Israel because Israel is committing genocide. And there were workarounds. And part of my frustration with this country and how disgusted I am with it is how much effort they're putting into finding the loopholes, to skirting it. They're so desperate to make money off of a genocide. It's so gross. Let's get a little bit into this article. Newly released data from Global Affairs Canada has confirmed that Canadian companies continued to ship military goods to Israel last year despite the Liberal government's pause on new export permits. According to the GAC's annual report on military exports, Canadian companies sold 18.9 million of military goods to Israel in 2024. In total, 164 export permits were used by Canadian companies to ship military goods to Israel, making it the third most popular non-US destination for Canadian suppliers last year. The majority of the goods, 12.5 million worth, related to an export category that includes electronic equipment, and further 2.2 million fell under a category that includes bombs, torpedoes, rockets, missiles, and other explosive devices and charges, and related equipment and accessories. That's not very vague, is it? That's pretty direct. What else would you use these things for? Like, Canada can't claim ignorance on this, because what else would Israel be using this for right now? 2.8 million worth of goods fell under a category that includes aircraft and aerial drones, and lesser amounts concerned fire control and warning equipment and ground vehicles, Navy vessels, and so on. This is a fairly long article, so I didn't want to go through all of it. I will put the link into the SandBox if it lets me. Sometimes the links are too long and it's really frustrating. And then you'll have to, Google it if you want to read more on it. But I prefer just tossing it into the SandBox for people. So human rights groups, scholars, and international bodies have accused Israel of committing a genocide. Yeah, they are. To date, Israel has killed at least, over 61,000 people in Gaza, including over 17,000 children. And experts have warned that the numbers, I would say it's a lot higher than that. As noted in the GAC's report, the federal government is facing two legal challenges over Canada's continued exports of military goods to Israel. Okay. Repeated claims. So in March, that was the non-binding motion calling on the government to end all military exports to Israel. Melanie Joly, who the foreign affairs minister at the time, said her ministry would pause authorization of any new military export permits for sales of goods to Israel. It later emerged, however, that the pause would not apply to permits authorized before January 8th, 2024. It also did not appear to apply to military goods shipped to Israel via the United States, including components found in the F-35 fighter jets. In August, the United States government announced that a Quebec-based company would be the principal contractor in a possible $61 million U.S. sale of high explosive mortar cartridges and related equipment to Israel. The following month, Jolie told Liberal Party members at a caucus retreat that she was in touch with the company to block the sale and said she had suspended around 30 existing military export permits to Israel over the summer. Our policy is clear, she said. We will not have any form of arms or parts of arms being sent to Gaza, period. But as revealed by arms monitoring group Project Plowshares, the U.S. government later announced that the same company, General Dynamic Ordnance and Tactical Systems Canada, was to supply the U.S. with artillery propellants, some of which, according to the U.S. government filings, would be transferred to Israel. Yeah. As recently reported by the Maple, the Canadian commercial corporation, a Crown corporation that signed for the artillery propellants deal on behalf of the company, cited 99 reports of alleged Israeli war crimes in an internal report last December, but it later considered any risk associated with the contract to be appropriately mitigated. Let's see. Yeah, I've glanced over all of this article, but it is fairly meaty and long, so I'm going to toss this into the SandBox so that people can finish reading up on that at your leisure, at a time convenient to you. Yay, the whole link fits. Okay. Now here is something interesting, because I'll switch back to the main shop for a second. Last week, I covered something. Oh, which magazine had it? David Maiscroft. I'm so bad with names. Was reporting on it, and they were putting together a list. It could have been The Breach, maybe it was for. A list that was sourced publicly, so things that they found on social medias and things, you know, they weren't doxing anyone, of Canadians who were fighting in the IDF, who were going over there. And it's so frustrating because it's like they're going over there to commit war crimes. Why isn't anything happening? Why isn't the government cracking down on it? Turns out maybe the government here is like, you know, we need to check some boxes, because what Israel is doing is becoming clearer and clearer as a genocide, and at some point in the future, Canada's going to want to hold, you know, to claim some level of not accountability, what's the word? Some level of denial of how complicit they were in it, if that makes any sense. So they have actually, they aren't, you know, charging anyone yet, but they might be under investigation right now. Some, you know, dual citizens of Canadian Israeli dual citizens, they might be under investigation, you know, just so that in the future Canada can be like, yeah, what happened in Gaza, horrible, but we have all this information that, you know, so don't hold us accountable for what happened. Hold these people accountable for what happened. And this is a very interesting news clip here, because this guy, who is a professor, I think, at, it says on the bumper there at some point, he's a professor at, I think, Laurier University. Raging fucking Zionist. Oh my God. So the person who's tweeting this out, not the Zionist, just saying, beyond amazing news, dual Israeli-Canadian citizens who served in the IDF are now under investigation by police for the war crimes they committed. And so, yes, that is actually good news. But this guy here, the reason why he's talking about it is because of how horrified he is that, you know, some Israelis might be held accountable for their horrendous actions. So let's take a look at this.
Number of directions, but this could go in any number of directions. But to your point, I think you're right on the money that this is part of a broader strategy to signal Canada's perspective, their view.
So the bumper says right now, Canadian, please open war crimes probe into IDF soldiers.
On Israel's war with Hamas.
How could this then investigation impact?
No.
Pay attention to how he words things. He just said, this is Israel's war on Hamas. That's not what's happening right now. There is no war. This is just unmitigated genocide at this point. There is no equal forces fighting back and forth. Nothing. There is no military in Gaza that's capable of fighting back. So this isn't an Israeli-Hamas war. That is just propaganda that is made to make it sound like, there's some sort of fight there. No, it is just genocide.
Canada's perspective, their view on Israel's war with Hamas.
How could this then investigation impact Canada's diplomatic relationship with Israel? Not only the diplomatic relationship with Israel, but also Canada's own Jewish Israeli communities that live right there in the country.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, I don't know if the relationship, the diplomatic stance, the diplomatic posture that Canada has had since October 7th could get much worse when it comes to Israel.
So he is a senior fellow at Macdonald-Laurier Institute. And his name is Casey Babb.
You'll recall that along with France and the United Kingdom, Canada released a joint statement not long ago, just last month, where the first line in the statement is, we strongly oppose the expansion of Israel's military operations in Gaza. I mean, Israel's fighting what I consider to be a war of survival, a war against a genocidal death cult. And so right there, it doesn't get much.
Israel's doing the genocide. Hamas is not a genocidal death cult. They don't want to commit genocide. That's not what they're doing. However, Israel is actively doing a genocide right now.
Much more clearer than that. I mean, this is a government that has strongly opposed Israel's actions in such a way that you would never see applied to any other allied country.
You're right. We would never see this applied to any other country because the amount of slack that Israel has been granted by this government is absolutely dumbfounding. The amount of support Israel has received to commit this genocide from this country is shocking.
Well, we have seen a sharp...
And I just want to point out right now, he has all these dictionaries in the back. He should probably, grab one of them, open it up, and read the definition of genocide. And then see if Israel's... what's happening there, if that's what Israel's doing. That is what Israel's doing. I don't know, can we get a better look at some of these book titles that he has in the background? So we have Ghost Fleet, I don't know these. Something Trader, this one I think says Israeli something, but he has all these dictionaries back there. Why not actually read the definition of genocide or read the definition of a war? All that sort of stuff. If you're some sort of a fellow at institute, you should know this.
Rise in anti-Israeli sentiment in Canada recently. In fact, the Israeli government recently issued a travel warning to Israelis who are traveling to Canada. What does this now new move then say about the general Canadian sentiment, whether it's spewing from the actual citizens themselves or stemming from the Canadian government?
Well,
I'm sorry, what? I don't even know if that's true. If there's some sort of warning to Israelis to not travel to Canada. I don't even know if that's true, but it's safe. Yes, anti-Semitism is a problem here in Canada, but it's probably safer here right now than Israel, because Israel is doing a genocide, and other countries there are going to fight back, and it makes the people there very, very unsafe.
Well, look, this feels like the government is now potentially treating Canadian citizens who went and volunteered with an allied country at war against.
Went and volunteered with a country to commit genocide. That's what these people are doing. They're volunteering to commit war crimes. They should be investigated.
Against a mutually shared enemy and enemies, treating them like they're foreign fighters going to fight in Syria or Iraq with ISIS. I mean, this is...
Yeah, pretty much. They are going there to fight with a terrorist organization to, slaughter innocent people. They're doing the war crimes. They're doing the war crimes.
If this is indeed heading in the direction that some reporting suggests it is, this represents a very, very dangerous step towards not just Canada-Israel relations, but the collective.
Could we please just destroy Canada-Israel relations? I would like that. That would be good. He's just worried that, accountability might someday happen.
Sort of safety or insecurity that is felt amongst Canada's Jewish population, from the statements that I just referenced to public statements that have been made time and time again by the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, by the former Prime Minister, and so on and so forth. This is just another step, but it really could be a problematic situation for many of these individuals who left Canada to go fight.
Good. That's good. Let it be problematic for them. It should be. It should be. If somebody is going overseas or into another country to commit war crimes, to participate in a genocide, it should be problematic for them. It should be. Like in South Africa, where they're basically telling people in South Africa who have gone to join the IDF that should they come back, they get arrested. That's what Canada should be doing. Now, you would think something like this would be all over the news, but it's not. So this is even like, this is reporting from the Canadian press. Sorry. A little bit of fluid went down my air pipe. Anyway, so this is actually reporting from the Canadian press. And so you would see like this same Canadian press article in a whole bunch of different organizations like CBC News, the Globe and Mail, Toronto Star, like all of them should be covering this, but very, very few mainstream newsy places are actually reporting on this, which is just super interesting how quietly they're doing it. It's kind of like, oh, we need to do this to cover our bases just in case, real accountability starts and we want to look like we were proactive in it, but we don't want people to know because we because we want to still be supporting Israel and we don't want them to know that, we're actually investigating people for doing war crimes, potentially possible. So RCMP says it will collect info on possible war crimes in Gaza war. Again, it's not a war, it's a genocide that the Israeli government is committing. The RCMP says it will proactively collect information about possible war crimes and crimes against humanity related to the Israel-Hamas armed conflict. It is not an armed conflict between Israel and Hamas. It's a genocide. It's one-sided. It's one-sided. In a Wednesday statement, the Mounties stressed that they have no criminal investigations underway, but they want to collect information on possible crimes by any party involved in the conflict. The primary objective is to proactively collect relevant information that may support future investigative steps should jurisdictional and legal thresholds be met. Yeah, I said that right, says the statement. The statement came from the Forces Ontario Division based in London, not from the headquarters in Ottawa. See, they're being very sneaky about this. They don't want to bring a lot of public attention to it, but they still have to go through the rounds type thing. Like, they have to go through the motions. The RCMP says it initiated a structural investigation in early 2024 of the conflict that started in October 2023. No, it didn't start then. It didn't. There was a reason why that incident in October happened. It didn't come out of the blue. There was a reason. It didn't start there. So when militants brazenly attacked Israel and took dozens of hostages, prompting Israel to bombard the Gaza Strip and restrict food deliveries. Yeah. So apparently you can prompt another country into committing war crimes, by restricting food and doing the bombardment and stuff. So yeah, you can provoke other countries into committing genocide against you is quite the statement there. A structural investigation. Oh, I just saw something pop up. My Left Eye and their viewers just joined. Why, thank you. Welcome, My Left Eye and crew. I'm just going over how sneaky Canada is with trying to, cover their bases in case things actually someday Israel gets held accountable for the genocide that they're committing. But they don't want to make it too public, but there are news reports on it. And I'm also going to be covering other Canadian stories today. Some bills that were passed that totally destroy the rights of people here in Canada. And we'll also be checking in again with what's happening in LA. So welcome. Don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel. I appreciate it. So the RCMP say that this is standard procedure and the force hasn't initiated any criminal probes. Should a perpetrator of core international crimes such as genocide, war crimes, or crimes against humanity with the appropriate nexus to Canada be identified, the RCMP will initiate separate criminal investigations, the statement reads. So they can go back to that report that I shared last week of, I believe it was the breach, that is collecting information that's publicly available because, genociders love to post on Instagram. They can go back there and they can actually find proof that there are Canadians participating in these war crimes. The force says it has faced technical delays in rolling out a secure online portal available in French, English, Hebrew, and Arabic to facilitate investigations and secure any submissions of information by the public and potential witnesses. We urge the public to refrain from drawing premature conclusions about the RCMP's role or intent. Please, please, please don't get mad at us for actually looking into this. Please don't label us as anti-Semitic because, we're looking into people committing war crimes. Please don't get mad at us. Zionists, don't. So the initiative is solely focused on collecting relevant information and does not target any community or group. The RCMP statement comes after the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs suggested that talk of war crime probes encourage false narratives that can fuel rise in anti-Semitic violence. Yes, if you pay attention and you listen to like Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International and the ICC and all of that sort of stuff that are saying, yeah, war crimes, genocide, collective punishment is all happening. But don't you dare talk about that because it's not so much a false narrative that they're worried about. It's not false. It's an accurate narrative. So they say any suggestion that Israeli Canadians should be targeted for their service, particularly in a war of self-defense waged by a close ally of Canada, not only represents a cynical distortion of the law, but fuels the violent hatred faced by Israelis and Jews in North America, the group added after the RCMP news release. Yeah, you don't get to commit genocide in self-defense. That's not how it works. And the Canadians that are going over there to participate in it need to be held accountable. It encouraged anyone with knowledge of Hamas crimes to report using the RCMP platform once it's in place. You see, that's the interesting thing. It encouraged anyone with knowledge of Hamas crimes. What do you think would be happening to Canadians that were going over and signing up to help the people in Gaza by joining Hamas? That would be blasted all over mainstream media. That would be covered, because even if you have someone like Hassan who talks to people that are sort of related to Hamas, he gets lambasted as being anti-Semitic. So any connection that you might have with Hamas, any support that you might show for Hamas, that gets blasted all over the media. That's not a worry for these people here. If that was happening, if there were Canadians going over there and helping out Hamas, we would know about it. We would know their names. We would know when they went over. We would know everything about them at this point. It's the double standard. Like, they always talk about a double standard. Like, ooh, Canada's treating Israel with a double standard. And they say that because, you know, these organizations, they say that because of some milquetoast statement that the Canadian government will say, like, oh, what Israel is doing is bad. And then they'll scream, it's a double standard. No, there is a double standard. It's just, it works in their favor. Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East, a group advocating for Palestinians, has asked the RCMP to probe Canadian citizens serving in Israeli military in Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, and Syria, given the serious likelihood that they are involved in the commission of crimes against humanity and war crimes and genocide. So, yeah, this was in the Canadian press. I want to see that accountability. I really do. Let's take a peek at what's happening in the SandBox. That's what I call my chat for all the people who just joined in. Hello, B-Cat. Are you my sole mod in here right now? I know, and there are a couple channels are covering like what's happening in LA right now, so yeah. Ronald DD says right wouldn't want hurt their fifis while they're busy trying to do a genocide. Very true, very true. Let's see. Hello, Gunstroke the Cybertonian. Oh, Atticus Among Us has also jumped in. Hello, Flow Snake. Lots of watermelons. Oh, I got a pair of watermelon earrings yesterday at the Pride Festival, finally. Been looking for them. And I also got signed up for a newsletter for a Palestinian advocacy group here, so I'll be more aware of some events that are happening. Because sometimes you just need to find out the networks within your own communities and then get signed on to their mailing list so that you actually know when these are happening, because it's like, I usually find out about them after the fact. And apparently there's going to be a big one next month, so I will try to be participating in that. And they might actually have some people there selling keffiyehs, because I've been wanting to get my hands on a keffiyeh, but I want my money to go towards somewhere that's helping, you know, an individual or an organization that is pro-Palestinian. I don't want to give Amazon my money for that sort of thing. Hello, Guitar Guy 80, just liked and already subscribed, LOL. I thank you. My left eye says good evening. Well, good afternoon to you too. I don't know. I think it's evening after 6, and here's just 5:15. Oh, hello, Charlie Martini. And since there's new people here, I'm just going to put this up right away so that you know. Just in case. Just in case. Hello, Carl Hamilton. Asking, what's this then? I don't know. What is this? Hello, Graham Turner. A member of the SandBox. You can become a member of the SandBox. You can be a feldspar, quartz, or granite. No, it's granite then quartz. They're all elements of sand. And you see, I call my chat the SandBox because this is Left of the Box, and my name is Sandy. It makes a lot of sense. And when you become a member of the SandBox, what you're doing is helping to support a leftist community, regardless of financial situations, because I will not be putting things behind a paywall. And I have a video, it's posted to the top of my YouTube page that you can go and check out and find out more as to the reasoning behind what I'm doing and why people should become members of my channel. Oh, it jumped. Ah, where'd it go? Oh, there are the watermelons. That's an easy bookmark. Let's see. Marty, remember everybody, we are living through historic times. Yes, yes. It's blowing my mind, everything that's been happening, that, yeah, we're looking at, I don't know, the fall of the American Empire in real time, that's for sure. And what's happening in Canada, it's not the fall of Canada, but it's a definite change that's happening here. We're watching a genocide unfold in real time. It's, you know, the global accent is changing, I guess you could say. Like just the connections around the globe, the politics of the globe, it's all changing right now, and it's wild to be living through it in this moment. And especially seeing a lot of it and feeling helpless to change it. You know, we can see where this ship is going. You know, it's about to go off a waterfall. And we want to change the direction, but the momentum is already there. There's just so much going on, and it feels hopeless sometimes. But, you know, we got to keep on pushing back. We got to keep on speaking out. It's very important that we don't stay silent in times like this. You know, the history books of the future, how do you want to be written in them? You know, we are making the content for those books right now, and how do you want to be represented in it? Hello, Jack. It's only 2:14 in California. Wow, you still have like a whole day ahead of you. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Hello, Denzel Washington, 1982. You have a typo in there. I'm just saying. I hoe someone. You hoe someone, do you? I know. I hope someone would make a Wikipedia article about this ICE protest. I imagine that it will happen. It's just, it's happening like right now, and I don't know if they're right up, you know, I don't know how quickly they put up things. Like, I know for elections and stuff like that, they're usually pretty quick on updating, but I do imagine that there will be one. I just don't know when. And we will probably be checking in on what's happening in LA later on in the stream. I checked in on it at the beginning of the stream. But if anything really big starts to happen there that you're getting notifications on your social media, let me know, and we will do like breaking news on my live stream. Let's see. Soul Life saying, we're cat poops and welcome to the SandBox. Speaking of kitty cats, I picked this up at the Pride Festival yesterday. Look at this, it's so cute. It's a pansexual knitted kitty. I love it so much. It's adorable. It's adorable. And if people start sending in super chats, I'll show you some of the other things I got at the Pride Festival yesterday. But this is so cute. So cute. Let's see. Hello, Jack. wondering where Soul Life is not a mod. Well, now BCAT has some help. Denzel Washington, 1982. Has anyone been injured in these protests? I would imagine not severely yet, though, from what I've heard. But there's probably been some bumps and bruises. I've seen tear gas been thrown around, rubber bullets, things of that sort. But last I saw, there was like no major injuries that have been reported. Gunstroke the Cybertonian, no kidding, seeing Los Angeles like that was crazy. Yeah. Graham Turner, it's the realization that neoliberalism has failed. My left eye, watching from Britain, 10:18 p.m. here. And I agree with what you're saying about this point in time and the fall of the American Empire. Fall of the American Empire before our eyes today will be very significant, I think. Yeah. It's yeah. We are watching moments in history that we can't even recognize the significance of. Like, we don't grasp the relevance of particular moments that are happening right now because we can't see the future. And we are writing the history books of the future right now. And what the end of the chapter summary will be of this moment, we can't conceive of at this time because we don't know how this is going to play out. But I imagine it will be pretty significant. BCAT, to be frank, this chat is very cool and easy to mod, with the occasional troll. And I quite often like talking to some of those trolls. You see, sometimes I'm too autistic to realize if they're being a troll or asking a sincere question. And so I just answer everything like, it's a sincere question. I take things literally. Hello, Mozart. So I'm doing this live stream in a little bit of a reverse order because normally I have like the biggest docket first to kind of get it cleared out of the way. But right now I want to get some of the smaller dockets out of the way. And then I'll be checking in on what's happening in LA again. We started the live stream with that. And so this is just a little one-off story from CBC News that I wanted to touch on. But, I think it's important because amongst everything that's happening right now, climate change is not getting the attention it really deserves in this moment. And a lot of the politicians, even the good ones, good politicians, are ignoring climate change in a way that the damage cannot be reversed. So Wap Canoe is the premier of Manitoba, and there have been a couple things he's done that I haven't liked, but there's been a lot of things he's done that I've absolutely loved. It's like, if I have to move provinces right now, I'm going to Manitoba. So he's done some really good things. This is not one of them. This is not one of them. And again, it's the capitulation to corporations, to ignoring the impacts of climate change, to not trying to find alternatives to fossil fuel because that's difficult, is really what it is. That they would get pushback from people. The time for, playing the both sides of the climate change, like, well, we still need this industry, we still need the money, we still blah, blah, blah. It's over. It's over. You can't anymore. There cannot be any new pipelines. If that means that some people have to go with a little less energy until we find green substitutes, then that's the way it needs to be right now. For every pipeline that is made, it adds decades onto, the time it will take to reverse the damage of climate change once we finally get around to doing it. So from CBC, Canoe floats oil shipments through Hudson Bay as part of potential trade corridor. Manitoba Premier Wab Canoe says oil could be among the commodities shipped through Hudson Bay if Canada proceeds with a new or expanded port along the province's coastline. Yes, that's why we need more pipelines. Canoe has asked Prime Minister Carney to support a northern trade corridor that would involve an all-season road and hydroelectric transmission to Nunavut and potentially a pipeline to Hudson Bay. A new all-season road and a hydroelectric transmission line to Nunavut? Good. That is good. Pipeline to Hudson Bay? Not so much. Canoe said Friday that oil is among the commodities that could be shipped through the Arctic waters via Hudson Bay. The Premier has in the past floated the idea of liquefied natural gas or hydrogen shipments. When we're talking about a pipe, what is the product that makes sense? Canoe said during a scrum with reporters following a speech in Winnipeg's convention center. We are going to be looking at liquefaction, and then maybe it's an LNG thing. Are we looking at oil and gas projects? Are we looking at something novel like green hydrogen or maybe potash slurry? These are the things that can signal the private sector we're open to having discussion about. Still wanting to make the private sector feel good, feel comfortable investing. No, if you are going to force through a pipeline, make it public. Make sure that the revenue goes back into the system at least. You know, that people benefit from it as opposed to, you know, the greedy CEOs of a couple corporations. But is hydrogen green? I thought it was clear. I'm pretty sure it's a clear gas. I don't think hydrogen is green. No, it's a clear gas. In April, Canoe said he was open to construction of a second port on Hudson Bay because of ecological sensitivities in the port of Churchill at the Churchill River estuary, and large summer congregations of beluga whales attract tourists. Polar bears also gather east of Churchill every fall before the bay freezes up, supporting even more lucrative tourism industry. Lucrative tourism industry to go watch polar bears, I suppose. Beneficial for the polar bears too, I suppose. Canoe said Friday he would entertain proposals from private industry about the best location to place a new port because, you know, private industry is definitely the best ones to be determining that. To place a new port, pipeline terminal, or transshipment center along Hudson Bay, taking into account logistics, environmental concerns, and Indigenous treaties. Again, private industry, so concerned about environmental concerns and Indigenous interests. Sarcasm. A lot of sarcasm. Those are some of the key questions we want to take the time to get right, Canoe said. There's an urgency right now with these nation-building projects and the national unity dynamic when you're working with Alberta and Saskatchewan, but we also need to get the environmental piece right. Alberta Premier praises ideas, others concerned. Yeah, that's the thing. Like when you have someone like Danielle Smith saying, you know, broken clock, be concerned. Be concerned. If she thinks that this is a fabulous idea, you're doing something wrong. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith praised Canoe for suggesting Manitoba would consider a northern oil pipeline. I suppose she'll have to negotiate with them once they, you know, succeed from Canada and become their own nation. That is what a Team Canada approach looks like, says the premier of a province wanting to start a referendum on separation. You know, Team Canada. Provinces and their premiers supporting the other provinces in getting their products to market for the benefit of all Canadians. That's the benefit of corporations there. Oil industry experts and environmental organizations, however, are unanimous in their disdain for the idea of shipping through Arctic waters. There's no business case for shipping through oil through Hudson Bay, says Heather Exner-Pirate, a Calgary-based senior fellow and director of energy, natural resources, and environment at the Macdonald Laurier Institute. Isn't that the same place as that douche canoe we just saw? That Zionist? This guy? This guy. Yeah, wow, they work at the same place. This Zionist here, he works at the same place as this environmentalist. Interesting. Anyway, she says, the threat of spill in remote areas would likely make insurance impossible, she said. Oh, I should probably read that full paragraph there. The shipping season through Hudson Bay and Hudson Strait, the passage between Quebec and Baffin Island, is too short, requiring expensive icebreakers to ensure the safe passage of oil tankers. The threat of a spill in remote areas would likely make insurance impossible. We're only having this conversation of moving oil through Churchill because BC is being obstructionist, she said, noting the BC government is opposition to oil pipelines from Alberta. Good. Good. BC is doing a lot of shitty things right now. This is a good thing. From every angle, from an environmental angle, from a business angle, from a market angle, it makes so much more sense, again, to build that egress, to build that other pipeline across to BC Pacific Tidewater. Eric Reed, the Manitoba director of the Wilderness Committee, said shipping oil through the Arctic waters would result in disaster because it would be very difficult to respond to remote spills, which he described as inevitable. Reeder said there is more basic reason to oppose the idea. While we look at the climate catastrophe fueling fires and floods on a daily and weekly basis, if we build more fossil fuel infrastructure, we are going to kill more of us faster, he said in an interview from Hope BC. So yes, keep in mind right now, Manitoba is on fire. They're having some of the worst wildfires they've seen. People have died. Communities have been wiped out. Evacuations, tens of thousands of people needing to be evacuated. So he's been good. Wab Canoe has been good on his talk about that. Maybe not talk about the fossil fuel oil pipeline that you want to put through at the same time. That will fuel more of those fires in the future. Like, there's a disconnect here. There's a reason why these wildfires are so bad right now. And it has to do with fossil fuels. Do you really want to be making it easier to get them to market? Canoe suggested shipping fossil fuels through the north could be carbon neutral. What is that phrase Donald Trump said about clean coal? Is there such thing as a clean fossil fuel? If we are going to work with conventional energy, what we are doing in terms of export contracts going west to make sure that we're offsetting any greenhouse gas emissions, or are we doing carbon capture and utilization and storage, he asked. Is there a way we can ensure that as we build, we're also moving forward on climate change? You see, the way that you do that is you don't go forward with things that you would then need to do carbon capture with, or storage with. That's what you do. That's how you build a future and move forward with climate change, is you don't do these things that we will then have to be like, oh, so that was bad and we need to, maybe do that carbon tax again or something, because that's where, like, capture all the carbon that we just released into the environment. Laura Cameron of Manitoba's Climate Action Team says, this does not make sense. While Manitoba is in a state of emergency with tens of thousands of climate refugees evacuated from their communities, Premier Canoe is proposing a new pipeline to Churchill that would add more fuel to the fire. We cannot extinguish the flames with one hand while stoking them with the other, she said in an email statement. The provincial government should retract these comments and instead focus on creating a real plan for protecting communities while swiftly transitioning to clean energy. Trade agreement pending. Signing, blah, blah, blah. The premier also said he's working with the federal government to harmonize national trucking regulations. Stuff. Yeah. I like a lot of what Wab Canoe is doing. I don't like that. I don't like that. Oh, for the people who are still joining me from Left Eye, on Wednesday, I'm going to be part of a new thing called This Space on YouTube. Please go and like and subscribe. It's being organized by a bunch of lefty content creator, activist type folks who want to make a more accessible, more full leftist platform. So I will be on Wednesdays from 4 to 5, but the idea is to have like a variety of leftist content creators go there to be like a place where you can just have on in the background and get your leftist information. Lots of different analysis from different types of leftists. I'm going to be their sole international contributor, being Canadian. So everyone go and check that out. It's going to be premiering on Tuesday, and my premiere on it will be on Wednesday. And I should probably pull up the webpage or the YouTube channel for people to take a look. I'm doing this off screen. Let's see this. Filters, want the channel. There we go. It's this one.
We've arranged this.
I should probably subscribe to it too. So it is this. Right here, this space. And I will toss this link into the SandBox.
Society based on science and technology, in which nobody understands anything about science and technology. I mean, the general public, if it's something that, oh, I'm not good at that, I don't know anything about it. Then
Looks like you guys were hearing sound from it. I'm not hearing sound.
and who is making all the decisions about science and
It was only coming out of one earphone. That's why.
technology that are going to determine what kind of future our children live in? There's no more than a handful of members of Congress with any background in science at all. This combustible mixture of ignorance and power, sooner or later, is going to blow up in our faces. Who is running the science and technology in a democracy if the people don't know anything about it? Science is more than a body of knowledge. It's a way of thinking, a way of skeptically interrogating the universe with a fine understanding of human fallibility. If we are not able to ask skeptical questions, to interrogate those who tell us that something is true, to be skeptical of those in authority, then we're up for grabs for the next charlatan, political or religious, who comes ambling along. It's a thing that Jefferson laid great stress on. It wasn't enough, he said, to enshrine some rights in a constitution or a Bill of Rights. The people had to be educated, and they had to practice their skepticism and their education. Otherwise, we don't run the government. The government runs us.
It is this notion that science is not of great interest to us, that somehow we don't want to learn.
People read the stock market quotations and financial pages. Look how complex that is. And
because they know the direct connection to their own.
There's a motivation. People are able to look at sports statistics. Look how many people can do that. Understanding science is not more difficult than that. It doesn't involve greater intellectual activities. But the thing about science, it's after the way the universe really is, and not what makes us feel good.
Watch this space.
And to give you an idea of some of the people who will be on it, there we go. So our official lineup and more coming. We're proud and excited to be working with everyone here. Don't miss the June 10th launch. Link in their bio. So this is on Blue Sky. So go and be friends with them on Blue Sky. But we have a whole bunch of wonderful people who will be participating in this space. And I should probably make sure I actually go through this list and follow everyone on it too. Oh, so many moving parts. Okay. But yeah, it's trying to make like a 24/7 leftist YouTube channel to try to compete against all the garbage that we're getting from the right. Now let's check the SandBox quickly before we get on to my other dockets. Hello, Mozart. Let's see. I don't want to get too stuck in it in the SandBox, because then I need to get back to the rest of the news, because I don't want this to be a 5-hour long live stream. I am tired. I was at Pride Festival all day yesterday volunteering, and it was so much fun, but I'm exhausted. Sam is saying it's starting to kick off in LA. Okay, well, we'll get through in their short docket, and then we'll check in some live streams and see what's happening. Hello, 56 Nick Rich. Hello, Doc Davies. Not sure I've seen you in the SandBox before, so welcome. Graham Turner saying we need to be replacing fossil fuel energy, not just adding more usage. Yeah. And there were some places saying it's hard to get investors sometimes when they're trying to predict like how much fossil fuel will be worth in like 5-10 years and stuff. And it's like, yeah, you're getting harder to find investors, because even they are starting to clue into the fact that 10-20 years from now, it's not going to be as lucrative because the public is going to turn on it. Let's see. "56 Nick Rich, I want to hear more about this leftist channel." Well, I just showed you the thing, and BCAP put the link in there, and 56 Nick Rich said that they subscribed, and my left eye is saying it's very loud. It was normal volume in one earphone and not in the other. Oh, sorry, I can turn it down next time. Sorry about that. Graham Turner saying, I am desperate for a 24-hour left eco media in the UK. Yeah. Bobby went and subscribed. Good. Okay. Anyway, why don't we get back into it? Get some of these other dockets off the table. Oh my god, have I only actually been through one? I think so. So I did that one. I haven't done this one yet. And I haven't done... Oh my gosh, it's already over an hour, and I've only done one tiny docket. So here's the next tiny docket that I want to get through. Something I talk about a lot on my channel is the housing crisis that is very severe and very bad here in Canada. And here is Mark Carney talking about the need for more housing. So this is tweeted out from Guy Felicia, who is an advocate when it comes to addiction and mental health. The main driver of homelessness is poverty, evictions, high rent increases, and limited access to various housing and resources. I'm glad to hear Mark Carney speak on the importance of housing. It's hard for anyone to recover from any health condition without having to access to a secure home. So when I read that, I thought, oh, what did Mark Carney say? It sounds really good and positive if Guy Felicia is saying something so positive about that.
We will create Build Canada Homes, a lean, mission-driven organization that will accelerate the development of deeply affordable housing projects, that will catalyze an entirely new housing industry based on Canadian technology, Canadian workers, and Canadian lumber. And will provide $25 billion in financing for affordable home builders. We will create
Wait, is that it?
Build Canada Homes.
That was it. That was it.
1 million. 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 1 million.
what exactly was Mark Carney talking about? Like, these are private companies that will be making the money for the first thing. But how is this any different than any of the other rhetoric he's been doing, and how does this actually help people? Because if you keep on building a whole lot of big homes that are unaffordable, you're not helping the housing crisis. You're helping private investors and corporations make more money because they use these properties as an investment. They're not used as housing. We need more socialized housing. And when he says affordable housing, what exactly do you mean by that? Who is it affordable to? The average person? Because how in that statement, how does that help elderly people who have become homeless? Where's the help for them? So this is from CP24. Elderly homeless population increasing in Canada. I really don't know where to even begin. Sorry. Frodo. I saw Frodo, my cat. And I so desperately want him to come up on the cameras to show everyone because he's had a lot of health issues and stuff, and I want people to see his adorable face, to know that he's doing okay. And I also see that 56 Nick Rich sent it in a $2 super chat for kitty treats. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And the kitties will appreciate it too. Frodo loves his treats. Anyway, back to the devastating article. 71-year-old Roger Oak sat on the bench outside Union Gospel Mission shelter in Vancouver's downtown east side after breakfast. He had been sleeping in the shelter for about a month this time, he said, after that several years of homelessness walking the beat during the day when the shelter isn't open has become harder as he gets older. I really don't know where to even begin. There's so many things that could or should change, but I really don't know, he said on Wednesday. We're people too, you know. We're not just bums. We're not just hobos looking for a handout. We are what we are, and we're at where we're at. That's basically where it's at. In major cities across the country, those who provide shelter and services for people who are homeless say they are seeing more elderly people turn to them for help. So how is Mark Carney building more homes helping them? Are these socialized homes that will be accessible to seniors who basically have an income so low they can't even afford rent? Will it help those people get off the streets? Will it help them find a home? It's leading to a shift in how they do their jobs. It's a type of care I'm providing. They often must judge complex medical needs and basic considerations like ensuring seniors get beds closest to accessible washrooms and that power sockets are available to charge mobility scooters overnight. What does it say about a country when you have people that are in need of mobility devices that have to live in a fucking shelter? That they aren't given the help they need to have a dignified life. I can't tell you how heartbreaking it is to walk by encampments and see wheelchairs. It's a lot. Sometimes people don't take that into consideration. I've been unhoused and I know how difficult it is. And I wasn't even in a severely unhoused situation. I had shelter spaces at least. I can't imagine how much more difficult it would be if you needed a mobility device to get around. And like, how do you get out of the wheelchair even just to get into your tent? To find an accessible washroom, because a lot of these encampments, sometimes the city will put porta potties next to them. Those aren't exactly accessible. And just how gross is it that this type of thing is allowed to happen in a wealthy country? Nick Wells, a spokesperson for Union Gospel Mission, said more than 1,000 people sleep in the shelter every year, and that the number of elderly users spiked during the COVID-19 pandemic and continues to grow. The number of people in the 61 to 65 age range keeps growing at about 2% every year, he said. If you look at it from 55 plus, around COVID, they accounted for about a quarter of the shelter population, and now we're up to 1/3. And here's the other thing with people who are older and seniors. The only way they're going to get out of this situation is by help from the government. They're not employable. Nobody is going to hire them. So it's not like they can just, pick themselves up by the bootstraps and get to work and get themselves off the street. They're not employable anymore. It could be health conditions, but it's also the fact that places aren't going to hire somebody that old. So how are they supposed to get out of these situations once they get into them? Well, it says the team that works around BC have heard of seniors who do not have enough money at retirement to keep up with housing and other costs of living. Some have been evicted when their long-term rental homes are renovated. He said, there's been a couple cases, and these are really tragic, that seniors gone into hospital for health issues and had an extended stay, and when they've come back, they've discovered that they've been evicted because they haven't paid their rent, he said. Could you imagine getting a heart attack and then waking up in the hospital to find out that you're unhoused? Guy Felicia said it, on his tweet. It's hard for anyone to recover from any health condition without having access to a secure home. So what happens when that secure home is actually taken away because of a health issue? How is Mark Carney's building more homes by, letting private corporations build unaffordable homes? How is that going to help these people? So they've just come back here to no home, and they end up here in the shelter. Wells says that along with helping clients complete pension or old age security applications online, some staff have no help with medical. Some staff sometimes have to help with medical issues like Alzheimer's and dementia. In one case, a former shelter user was able to secure a spot in a full-time transitional housing in the same building, but he returned to the shelter space to use the washroom. He remembers how to get down here. He remembers how the bathrooms are laid out, but then he needs help getting back to the transitional housing floor because he can't really remember the ins and outs of going back there, he said. The total lack of dignity shown to these people who've lived their full lives just to be treated like this. So we will have staff member to help guide him back. That's not a problem whatsoever. I don't want to even suggest that, but it is something that I don't think people would have to thought about a couple years ago. Unique needs of homeless seniors. The Mustard Seed runs a dozen 24-hour emergency shelters in Alberta, Saskatchewan, British Columbia, with a total of 747 beds. Samantha Lowe, Senior Director of the Shelter Operations, said an experience of chronic homelessness can age someone differently than those secure housing, meaning the definition of what qualifies as a senior can be different than conventional definition of 65 years old. Somebody who has experienced, say, chronic or episodic homelessness and has aged within that population will need those supports earlier, she said. The physiological age of someone who's experienced so much in their life, they may be 55 and they present like a 75-year-old in terms of their comorbidities and everything they've got going on, whether that's in their lungs, their heart, or their social situation, or their mental health. Lowe said staff are seeing more elderly clients who struggle to manage medications for illnesses ranging from diabetes and breathing problems to cancer on top of the cost of housing. You're having to choose between that or housing, and so we're having folks who are coming in with more chronic conditions, and staff are then having to be more knowledgeable about that, she said. Lowe said that one shelter is able to allow oxygen tanks. Lowe said one shelter is able to allow oxygen tanks to be present, but that's not possible in all spaces. Again, this is not something. The idea of needing an oxygen tank, but being unhoused. And, it restricts what shelter spaces you can go to. She said there are people in emergency shelters waiting for spots in supportive housing and dedicated senior housing. Lowe said shelters also have clients nearing the end of their lives. We have people who have disclosed that they are dying of cancer, that they have a certain amount of time left in their prognosis, but they're really hesitant to go to a hospital, so we work with them to see if we can get them into hospice, she said. Just to deny people, even at the end of their life, a safe place to call, to live, to feel secure, comfortable in their last remaining time on earth. Again, it is disgusting that this is happening in such a wealthy country. We work with them to see if we can prevent that acute crisis, that they do end up in a hospital if they're hesitant to go there, but it's quite challenging. In Toronto, the Salvation Army runs Islington Senior Shelter, an 83-bed, 24-hour shelter for men and women experiencing homelessness who are 55 and older. Spokesperson Glenn Van Gilk said the facility is at capacity, and while organization does not maintain a wait list, beds fill up fast when they become available. There's over 8,000 people who are currently experiencing homelessness within Toronto, and what we know to be true is about 20% of those who have responded are over 55, he said. It's going up. Let's see. It's almost done, so we can finish the article. The Islington shelter offers 3-bedroom suites, each with a shared bathroom, and staff familiar with unique needs of homeless seniors. Van Gilk says that could mean helping with dietary needs, connecting with landlords to help find rentals for people on fixed income, or finding dental care for aging mouths. He said the style of living with both men and women in shared spaces also helps combat the loneliness that can come with aging. While it says that there have been steps in the right direction, like the opening of more seniors housing in BC. He says there needs to be a broad conversation between governments and healthcare and service providers about the kind of wraparound supports elderly homeless people need, and including more housing options and rent protections. Mo Singh sometimes sleeps and eats in Union Gospel Mission Emergency Shelter in Vancouver. He's easy to spot with his formerly grayed beard dyed bright purple. People like it, I don't do boring, he said on Wednesday. Mo is 68 and worked most of his adult life, including in construction and on farms. But he's been homeless for about 8 years since the heat. Oh, yeah. Sorry. But he has been homeless for about 8 years since the heat failed in his last apartment and he fell behind in rent. He stayed at various facilities and has watched more seniors turn up. I don't know what proportion is increased, but I'm sure there is an increase, he said. He says he considers himself in good health and tries to help others as they age, whether that means going for a walk, telling a joke, or just having a conversation. Some will talk about their health issues, he said, but a lot of them, they just have the camaraderie of being here, And that's Mo with his purple beard. And just another one-off story that I want to touch on. I won't read the full article. Again, it's just devastating. There is a measles outbreak here in Canada that is actually worse than the United States. That gets a fraction of the coverage. And it's from people who are choosing, for the most part, to not get vaccinated. And now we have Ontario confirms death of infant infected with measles. So an infant in southwestern Ontario who contracted measles from their mother before birth and was born prematurely has died in Ontario, Chief Medical Officer of Health says. Apparently the baby also had other health conditions, but it's one of those things like, had they not had the measles, maybe they would survive. We don't know, but it was a contributing factor. And the mother had chosen not to be vaccinated. So new data published in the province Thursday shows Ontario has seen 2,009 cases in the latest outbreak, with the vast majority of those cases clustered in several southwestern Ontario health units. That dwarfs the numbers seen over the past decade, when Ontario rarely saw more than 20 cases a year, according to provincial figures. It's one of those things, if somebody gets a preventable illness and passes away because they chose not to get the vaccine, it can be tragic if they were lied, if they bought propaganda, but part of the responsibility is on them. But when the person that they're supposed to protect, a child who doesn't get a say in whether or not they're vaccinated, when they die, it's beyond tragic. That it was because the inactions of somebody who was ignorant about vaccinations, who would otherwise be alive right now. Anyway, let's check the SandBox, and then I'll quickly check in on what's happening in LA. And then we get into a couple of the more meatier dockets that I have that I do very much want to get through today, because I have an insanely busy week ahead of me, and I won't be able to, no matter how much I want to, with all the, big breaking news that's happening, where I might be tempted to even just hop online and do a live stream about something. I won't be able to because my week is booked. Although you will be able to find me Wednesday on this space. My left eye do LeftoftheBox or any of the mods mind me sharing a link to my Socialist YouTube channel here. Feel free to toss it in the SandBox. If there's a problem, please, one of the mods, find the link and toss it in. Let's see. But yeah, leftist channels, absolutely. Plug your stuff. Okay, I saw some of that. Soul Life. Older Gen Z is woke, younger Gen Z is red-pilled. Okay, I read some of those. There's the wonderful super chat from 56 Nick Rich. See, this is where I'm trying to find comments where I know the context of, that's not part of a conversation that's going on, that I can actually reply to. 56 Nick Rich. Tents are affordable. Yeah. So, like, the fact that he said Canadian lumber makes it seem like BS. Even the US uses Canadian lumber, so why the fuck wouldn't Canada? Mozart sounds like Trump. Strongly affordable. My left eye, we have the same problem in the UK with housing, but Kai Stammer is only helping private landlords out more instead of providing social housing from vacant properties, of which there are many. I'm a full proponent of doing that thing, eminent domain, and just taking the housing that's sitting empty right now and all the Airbnbs. If you have a vacant property, I don't want it to just be taxed higher. I want it taken away and actually, made into socialized housing for people who need it. Housing is not an investment, it is a right. So life shelters aren't really available for the working homeless. There can be troubles with it. Jack, damn, that commercial blew my ears out. Was it really that loud? It didn't seem that loud to me. I'll keep that in mind if I play it again, to turn the volume down. Sorry about that. It wasn't spiking on my sound thing. It sounded fine to me. Let's see. 56 Nick Ridge. I live close to the GO train in Scarborough. The number of homeless living in tents along the bike trails that follow it have quadrupled since last summer already. I counted at least a dozen. Yeah, the stats came out. Over 80,000 people were unhoused living in these tent encampments last year in Ontario alone. And I looked it up. They would have, if it was counted as one population center, it'd be the 18th largest in the province. Oh, good night, Graham Turner. Probably not listening to this right now, so. Let's see. Jet, I barely escaped going homeless these last couple of weeks. I do not understand why anyone treats the homeless with such disdain. Yeah, I've been unhoused in my early 20s. If that were to happen again, I wouldn't be able to get out of it. Like back then it was different and there were more programs, rent was cheaper, there were other things, social safety nets. But if I were to go unhoused again and end up in the shelter system, I don't know how I would break out of that cycle again. It's so much more difficult now. Let's see, it just jumped. Let's see. BCat tossed in the link to sub to My Left Eye. So everyone go check out the channel. I will after the live stream. Let's see. Yeah, I've been getting a lot of the raids that I've been getting have been all from people from Europe, which I appreciate. And I guess it's because we're streaming at like the same time of day for us. But since I'm later in the clock, globally speaking, they're ending and I'm still going, so they can raid me, which I appreciate. Okay, right. I was going to check in on what's happening in LA. Let's see, is this still live? So this is from the Independent. Just going to check a little bit. Maybe not. They should not be pointing those at head level. So I'm seeing, I guess these are in the National Guard, or they could be the LAPD at this point, pointing what looks like a tear gas launchers at head level. Somebody holding a sign say, "I stand for all migrants," and then they turned it before I could finish reading it. I stand against racism. Born and raised in Los Angeles, deport me. Sign saying "fuck ICE," straight and to the point. I stand for all migrants are working and students who can't.
The direction of the crowd, and it shows you just how volatile the situation is.
I'm just going to see if there's another channel that's doing live coverage right now. That's ideally not another channel. Like, that isn't another somebody else covering it like me type thing, but more like a newsy place. Agenda-free TV. You see, part of it is I don't know if these channels, like the Independent, I know is a news organization. I don't know what agenda-free TV is. If they're, I don't want to like promote a YouTube page that might, like they say agenda-free, but they might have an agenda. Okay, I guess we'll just pop on there briefly. No, wait a sec. Oh, I think that might be in their channel like me. Yeah, because I don't want to also just hijack somebody else's channel that is covering the news. Let's see. If anyone sees anything that might be worthwhile me checking out, just let me know in the SandBox. Oh, hello, MIDI Doctors. Nice to see you. Oh, Bozette is also in the SandBox. Let's see. Associated Press says Snowy Owl. Okay, let's check that out. And welcome to the SandBox. Yep, there we go. I knew that there would be dozens of channels, MIDI Doctors, showing this live. I just didn't, it wasn't popping up in my recommends, and so I don't necessarily know which one to just kind of jump to. MIDI Doctors LA, please don't want this. If I was Newsom, I would call the National Guard in and expel ICE. 56 Nickridge, people need to join arms during these protests. Proof they have no weapons and are only exercising the First Amendment right, free speech, no killings. Jack, white men the most discriminated against. Yeah. The type of person you have to be to sign on to be an ICE agent. You have a black heart. Like, I don't know the ins and outs of, like, who can do what when it comes to Newsom and Trump and who can order what. I don't know that nuance. My left eye, notice how Trump's ban on masks doesn't include ICE or National Guard. This is fascism. Well, at least these ones aren't wearing sunglasses. Saw a shot earlier and all of them were wearing these helmets, but then also had sunglasses on so that you can identify who they are. Hello, Looney Tunes 9000. Close think. I hope the guy briefing them is reminding them that they swore an oath to the Constitution, not to the President. Well, I can hope. Bobby, to Doc Davis, Civil War 2024, I'm too scared to watch it. Oh, am I very quiet? Sorry, I need to talk more into the mic, I suppose. Ugh. I think I just need to talk more right into the mic. Okay. Well, we'll get back to my dockets and we'll check in again later and see what's happening. Am I still quiet when I'm talking directly into the mic? Let me know. You all are my producers in the SandBox. Because I can bump up my volume a little bit, if need be. Okay, was I going to do this one first or the other one? Okay, I think I'll do, again, I'm doing this kind of in reverse order than what I normally do, because normally I would do like maybe provincial and then federal news, but I'm going to do federal news and then provincial news. Sounds good now, says the Wild West. 56 next to it, sound okay. Yeah, I was just talking out of the side of my mouth, I guess. Okay, let's get back to the news. So the Liberals, the federal Liberals have been busy. You know, Mark Carney, new prime minister, and they've been pushing through some legislation. They've been busy, and let's take a look at some of the things that they've been pushing through. So here's from CP24, Liberals introduce citizenship by descent legislation. That sounds scary. Just whenever they say anything like this, I don't know why. It sounds foreboding, but this is actually, I think, a decent thing to do. New legislation introduced today would extend citizenship by descent rules beyond the first generation. Bill C3, an act to amend the Citizenship Act. Again, whenever I hear something like this, they're always so like Orwellian that I'm worried that it means the complete opposite or something. But no, I think this is actually good. Would automatically give citizenship to anyone who would be a citizen today if not for the first generation limit. Under the current rules, a Canadian citizen born outside of Canada cannot pass their citizenship to their child who was also born outside of the country. The new legislation would allow access to citizenship on the first generation, so long as the parent has spent at least 1,095 cumulative days or 3 years physically in Canada prior to the birth of their child. You see, the reason why I think this is good is, let's say you have somebody who's come over here, become a Canadian citizen. Great, yay. But then they go back home to visit family or for a temporary job or something of that sort, and then they have a child. Well, now that child is not a Canadian citizen, and so then that could deter them from coming back to the country. It could prevent them from coming back to the country and being part of the community or the life that they had built here. So I actually think this is a good thing. It gives them more mobility to come back and forth from the country without having to try to worry or plan about where they're going to have their child. A news release from the federal government said the law would work in a way that is inclusive and protects the values of Canadian citizenship. Vancouver immigration lawyer Ryan Neely welcomes the legislation, saying it resolves issues that failed to be addressed 10 years ago. The proposed legislation appears to cure the issues for a few remaining lost Canadians that were not addressed through the 2000, whatever. The new amendment reverses a change. I want to get more to what this is. So 2 years ago, the Ontario Superior Court declared the first generation limit for many people is unconstitutional. The government opted not to appeal the rule, but limit continued to apply after the court suspended its declaration. Cutting off immigration to those after the first generation is not a common position in other places, says Toronto-based immigration lawyer Heather Singal. But this new amendment may be a suitable change for Canadians. Allowing a cohort of second-generation individuals to acquire citizenship may be appropriate as their parents may continue to have ties, including family, in Canada, and their kids want to maintain their connection to Canadian heritage via citizenship, Segal told CTV News. A bill to amend the Citizenship Act was introduced last May by Justin Trudeau's government and had not received... Okay, we don't need to know that. With the possibility of a flood of new Canadians, both lawyers worry about immigration, refugees, and Citizenship Canada's capacity to process a significant number of new applications. That I could see as being problematic if they just suddenly, okay, now everyone who is second generation born outside Canada can now, that would be a lot of paperwork right now. And then that clogs it up for other people who might be trying to apply to become Canadian citizens. And this is also a very sneaky way of artificially increasing the population in Canada. So Neely says the government must ensure the agency's systems are equipped to handle the influx of applications. Segal echoes the notion, saying that it may create floodgate issues. According to the IRCC's website, as of April 30th, there are currently more than 2 million applications in their inventory, of which over 200,000 are for citizenships. The backlog stands at over 700,000 applications. That is a good immigration thing, I think. It's not the only immigration thing. This, I think, is good. This is pretty horrible. Absolutely horrible. This is from CTV News. Canada's sweeping border bill, an attack on asylum seekers' rights, says human rights group. And I do believe I wanted to watch this video with it. If the volume is way off, type in left of the box in the SandBox and let me know. But you have to type in left of the box or at me so that it glows orange and I can notice it off the side of my eyeball.
Not the right bill that we need to have. I'm afraid it is a bill that is responding to... I'm afraid it's not the right bill that we need to have. I'm afraid it is a bill that is responding to some anxieties of the citizens, which are reasonable anxieties, but it is not responding in an effective way. It's more one of these bills that try to appease the electorate, but without really addressing the issues. Particularly, I find worrying the rule that people who are in Canada, who arrived in Canada after 24 June 2020, are not allowed to apply for asylum, or actually they can apply, but their claims won't be referred to the refugee board if they have been in Canada for more than a year. Now, it is important to note for people who are not experts that the length that you've been in Canada when you apply for asylum is an element in your file. It's an important element. It's not that, our asylum system is kind of naive to not consider, if I have been here as a student for 3 years without any problem, why am I applying now for asylum? Maybe because I'm trying to gain time while I try to get permanent residency. So the system has its own good rules and expert people. And the 1 year cutoff date is totally arbitrary, and it might even be found as against international law, against Canada's international obligations on asylum.
Frodo, come here. Come here, Frodo. Oh, I so much want to show him off to everyone. Okay, a little bit more from the article. While the Canadian government says its proposed Bill C-2 will improve the immigration and asylum system, a human rights group is calling some of the measures an attack on refugees' rights to seek asylum. Amnesty International's Canada said in a press release Thursday that the bill, if passed, would make it virtually impossible for the Immigration and Refugee Board to review refugee claims from most people entering Canada via the United States. Moreover, Amnesty International says the bill would prevent people who have been in Canada. We'll read that statement so I can just skip over this part. Keddy, Secretary General of Amnesty International's Canada English-speaking section, said seeking asylum is a human right. With Bill C-2, the Canadian government threatens to chip away at the... I think that's in the statement we're about to read. A separate news release Tuesday from Public Safety Canada said the changes will improve the integrity and fairness of our immigration system while protecting Canadians' privacy and charter rights. The federal government says it will also work with American border and law enforcement agencies to strengthen border and combat organized crime. While the bill is less explicit than Trump's administration rhetoric in linking immigration and asylum seekers to crime and drug trafficking, human rights lawyer Julia Sande said the proposed measures are concerning. We don't agree that it makes the system more efficient, and we're also concerned about the linking of asylum seekers to things like fentanyl and guns at the border. Like asylum seekers have nothing to do with border safety, Sandy said, a human rights and law and policy campaigner with Amnesty International Canada in Toronto, said in a video interview with CTV News. These are people who are fleeing persecution, torture, discrimination, violence, and who are looking to Canada for safety, and Canada is trying to slam the door on them. And so we're really concerned about this bill. In response to concerns from critics and advocacy groups about some of the rules, Immigration Minister Lena Meltage Diab said the border bill has safeguards upholding civil rights and due process. Affected asylum seekers would still have a chance to make their case through pre-removal risk assessment. She added this safeguard would apply to those whose asylum claims are not referred to the IRB under the new rules. Just want to get to some of this. So, Professor Anna, the woman who is just speaking, Canada Excellent Research Chair in Migration and Integration at Toronto Metropolitan University, that's quite the title, says the bill's proposed asylum measures would be a step backwards. She's concerned about the proposed ineligibility rule affecting people who first landed in Canada after June 24th, 2020. If these people make an asylum claims more than a year since their arrival, their claims would not be referred to the IRB according to a background document from the federal government. So let's just say you're a student and you're studying here, and suddenly war breaks out in your country and it's no longer safe for you to go back, but it's been over a year. Then you're SOL. Or let's say you're over here and you're feeling a little bit safer, and so you get on social media and you say some things that your government back home find extremely unappealing, some political commentary that you might have made, and suddenly it's dangerous for you to go back home. If it's been over a year, you're SOL. Or let's say you're over here and you come out as queer because you're feeling safe and you maybe get into a relationship, but if you go back home, there might be issues. But if it's been over a year, or you could be here for work, or you could be here visiting family for an extended period of time. Like, there's so many reasons why somebody could be here for more than a year and then try to seek refugee claim. So Anna said the 1 year cutoff date is totally arbitrary and may be against international law. So by creating the 1 year rule, we throw out the window all these people that might face persecution, she said in a video interview with CTV News. She gave an example of someone who comes from a country where identifying as LGBTQIA is illegal. If that individual later identifies and decides to file for asylum more than a year after landing in Canada, the person's claim wouldn't be heard. The Refugee Board is under the proposed rules. Asylum claimants who enter Canada from the United States along land border and make a claim after 14 days would not be referred to the IRB as well, according to the government's background documents. This new ineligibility provision will protect Canadians' asylum system against sudden increases in claims and deter people from using the asylum system to bypass regular immigration rules, including the Canada-US Third Agreement, according to the IRCC. No, if people are people seek refugee status because they're in fear of their lives. It's not because they just want to become a citizen of a country. Because if that's all it is, then they'd be outed during the process and denied entry. But let's get to the Amnesty International statement on it. And so this is from June 4th. Bill C-2, Canada's new border bill, an attack on the human right to seek asylum. Amnesty International Canada says Bill C-2, the federal government's sprawling new border bill, is an attack on refugees' rights to seek asylum. If passed, Bill C-2 would make it virtually impossible for most people entering Canada via the U.S. to have their refugee claim reviewed by Immigration and Refugee Board. Keep in mind, we're probably going to be seeing a lot more refugees coming in from the States. Both groups of people who had been protected, had protective status that is no longer protected, and they'd be deported back to their homes where they're not safe. Queer folks that feel like they're under attack for other reasons in the States, especially if things keep on going in this fascistic way that it is down in the States, we're going to be seeing more and more people fleeing to Canada. But as I say, before you flee a sinking ship, make sure your lifeboat doesn't have holes in it. And right now, Canada has a lot of holes in it. In addition, the bill would effectively block people who've been in Canada for more than a year from seeking refugee status. And we covered that. So seeking asylum is a human right, said Ketty. I don't know how to say their last name. Secretary General of Amnesty International. With Bill C-2, the Canadian government threatens to chip away at that right, making it harder for people seeking safety and freedom to file an asylum claim and have it assessed fairly. This attack on the right to seek asylum will severely diminish Canada's international standing when it comes to protecting human rights. Tabled on Tuesday, Bill C-2 proposes sweeping changes to existing rules around border security, immigration, customs, and law enforcement. Amnesty International Canada, along with other civil society organizations, is examining the legislation further to assess its human rights impacts and whether it aligns with Canada's Constitution and Canada's obligations under international law. Bill C-2 stigmatizes immigrants, refugees in Canada. However, it is already clear that Bill C-2 and the government's messaging around it is congruent with the Trump administration's vicious assault on refugee and migrant rights and its effort to paint newcomers in a negative light. Intentionally or not, Bill C-2 paints people escaping persecution and violence with the same brush as serious public safety concerns such as the flow of illegal fentanyl or weapons, says France Isabel, executive directors of Amnesty International, linking them to public safety problems not of their making as cruel, irresponsible, and heightens their risk of facing violence, harassment, and discrimination in their everyday lives. Additionally, legislation would give Canadian officials more discretionary power in a way that threatens people's rights and well-being. For example, Bill C-2 proposes giving Cabinet the power to cancel existing permanent resident visas, study and work permits, temporary resident visas, and other immigration status documents if the governor in council of its if the governor in council is of the opinion that it is in the public interest to do so. So entire groups of people can just be kicked out or denied entry if it's in someone's opinion that it's in the public interest. People deserve fairness and due process in decisions about future Canada. Their lives, choices, and indeed their rights must not hinge on the whims of whichever government or minister is in power in one year or the next. So, not good. And there's more with what these bills are doing. So, David Dole does lots of great coverage of Canadian issues, although he does focus mainly on American issues, but he is Canadian, so when he does cover Canadian stuff, he does a very good job of it. And he says every Canadian needs to read how insane this bill is. Allows Canada Post to open any mail. Allows police to get into your IP address without a warrant. These are already very problematic. Allows police to ask digital service providers to hand over your personal data and protects them from being sued. Makes it nearly impossible for asylum seekers who have been in Canada more than a year to have their cases heard and push them to underground to stay here illegally without help. Read the piece. Liberal MPs that know better, like that person, need to stand up against this trash. Let's read this. I can't because freaking Toronto Star has a paywall. It's a pet peeve of mine that there's very important news out there that I can't access because of paywalls. Information like this really should be free. It's very important, but I do trust David's analysis of the article. And Sam Hirsch here, somebody who I feature a lot, is a strong Palestinian advocate, says, hope all liberals with immigrants are welcome here. Lawn signs who shamed everyone into voting for Carney gives their heads a shake. And he was quote tweeting just the government from Althea. The government tables a sweeping bill affecting rights of citizens and non-citizens and doesn't give the media the bill or its background until midway through the technical briefing. Do better, federal government. This is very disturbing. And Sam was also saying, but let's not pretend that this started with Carney before Trudeau left office. He was quickly caving to the right and massively cut immigration targets. And that is true. This is, like most things, it never starts in one spot. It's a trickle. And suddenly the gates will then just burst open. A lot of the bad things Mark Carney will do is building on the bad things that Justin Trudeau has done. And there's Carney's capitulation, and this is from The Orchard. The Safe Borders Act, you see, this is why I get, again, very suspicious of certain bill titles as being Orwellian, because this doesn't make our borders safer, and it makes a lot of people a lot more unsafe. So this act is a total betrayal of the Liberals' pledge to stand up to Trump. One of the first pieces of legislation Carney's government has introduced represents a total capitulation to U.S. President Donald Trump, implementing deeper security alignment with the United States by giving domestic authorities more power over Canadian citizens and asylum seekers to implement Trump anti-democratic agenda. On Tuesday, Public Safety Minister Gary introduced the Strong Borders Act, or Bill C-2, in the House of Commons, which would give law enforcement the ability to search your mail, make it easier for authorities to pause or cancel immigration applications en masse, and give spy agencies more power to collect data and share it with the United States authorities. Huh. So the reason why a lot of people voted for Mark Carney was because of how much he was standing up against Trump. And I've even heard people, like yesterday at the festival I was at, oh, Mark Carney is the person we need for the time. He's so good at standing up to Trump. Is he? Really? He doesn't, he seems to be standing with Trump on a lot of things. And that was also the misconception people had about Justin Trudeau. Because there used to be the memes that Justin Trudeau didn't like Trump and how they wouldn't get along. But when it came to a lot of capitalist interests, they got along just fine. When it came to like sending arms overseas, they got along just fine. When it came to ramming pipelines through areas, they got along just fine. And now Mark Carney is getting along with Trump just fine with certain issues. So the author of this article says, I have a liberal campaign flyer pinned to my office wall where I place election campaign literature I accumulate from various elections, which reads, making life more affordable, protecting your rights, and standing up to Trump. This legislation doesn't do any of these things, and in fact does the opposite of two of the three. In December, then Prime Minister Justin Trudeau unveiled $1.3 billion in border security, and that's a bit old news. I covered it on my channel, saying we're going to have more helicopters and capitulating to Donald Trump saying, yeah, we'll stop the fentanyl from coming across the Canadian border into the United States, which isn't a problem, really. So, Bill C2 goes much further than militarizing Canada's extremely long land border with the U.S. As Althea Raj notes in an excellent Toronto Star column, which I can't read because it's behind a fucking paywall, the legislation implements a long-standing request by Canadian law enforcement agencies who waited for an opportune time to slide through legislative changes. These include militarizing Canada's waters by enabling the Canadian Coast Guard to conduct security patrols and share information with military and spies, and giving Canada Border Service Agency the ability to search export cargo, whereas it was previously only permitted to inspect imports. The problem, as Raj observes, is that neither of these agencies are subject to public oversight. The bill, perhaps more concerningly from a private perspective, compels Canada telecom companies to provide users information to law enforcement and intelligence agencies who can request it without a warrant under certain ill-defined circumstances. All the things you see happening in the United States happens here in Canada too. It just looks different, but it's happening here. This information can include a user's name, home address, phone number, and email addresses, along with other private information. Authorities will also be able to order that their requests be kept secret for up to a year. Yeah, so lefty political commentators who spend a lot of time online talking about this sort of stuff probably have a file on them. Be interested to see what my file says if I get that noticed. The person who made this legislation made it clear that the legislation is intended, at least in part, to address irritants for the U.S. So this is plainly stating it's to capitulate to the states to get them off our case. It's not exclusively about the United States, the minister added. This is about delivering a win for Canada, ensuring our borders are safer, our communities are safer, and of course responding to some of the concerns that have been posed by the White House. But the minister, a former human rights lawyer, is simply conflating the Trump administration's interests with Canada's. Former Canadian Border Security Agency officer Kelly Sandberg, who teaches criminology at Mount Royal University, that it appears the legislation is strictly an effort to appease the Trump administration. Did I want to watch this one? Sometimes I forget which videos I wanted to watch or not. Let's see how long this is.
With me now is Kelly Sundberg, former officer with the Canada Border Services Agency. Kelly, thanks so much for your time. You've been on the front lines, part of the so-called boots on the ground. What is your initial takeaway of the proposed legislation? How much is it needed? And do you believe it goes far enough?
Well, we've had a lot of promises from this government over the years, and we haven't seen any of it come to fruition. You know, I try to remain very positive and hopeful that we will see changes. But when I heard the announcement today, again, it's still talking about a fractured system where they even added another dimension with the Coast Guard. We need one agency in this country that's responsible for our sovereignty, our immigration enforcement and control, and our border security. And it's a very, very complex issue, and this act does not come through on it. I've had a lot of calls over the last few months at my office here at the university from members of the CBSA and RCMP who have shared their frustrations that a lot of the information that's being given to the public with regards to what's being told to us and what's actually being happened is quite disconnected. So time will tell, but I'm not optimistic. We've had so many promises and still we're just no results.
All right, from promises to potentially trying to turn it into reality. Do you think that this legislation at the very least addresses some of the concerns raised by the Trump administration in recent months?
I think all it does is try to appease the Trump administration, but I'd like to see legislation that's designed to keep Canadians safe. So does this legislation improve our border security, improve our immigration integrity, and improve the public safety of Canadians? No, it does not. It doesn't even come close. Does it send out some messaging to the Americans, to others, to try to look as if there's something happening? Yes, it's the same. It's the same as we've seen in past. So I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I am, unfortunately. I think this is more about pandering to us and us as the public and the Americans, and it has very little to do with keeping us safe.
Okay, and just a little bit more. The most cruel, inhumane aspect of the act is how it throws asylum seekers under the bus to appease Trump. It's elbows up, but for the U.S. Not for the U.S., but for migrants and refugees. The legislation requires, and we just touched on that, while the government says that everyone targeted for deportation will have the opportunity for risk assessment by immigration officials to ensure that they aren't facing danger in their country of origin, the expert says that the assessment is less robust than a full immigration and refugee board hearing, which is itself flawed. The bill increases executive power by giving the minister the authority to revoke, suspend, or modify immigration and asylum applications for entire groups of people and cancel permanent or temporary resident status for individuals. So the deportation of student protesters underway in the U.S. that the Conservatives campaigned on conducting in the most recent election, those could still happen in the coming years, courtesy of a Liberal government. Syed Hassan of Migrant Rights Network said in a June 3rd statement, Prime Minister Carney campaigned on being different from Donald Trump, yet his very first bill is a shameful capitulation to racism and xenophobia, which abandons Canada's legal and moral obligations to refugees and migrants. We're witnessing the deliberate expansion of mass deportation machine designed to tear apart families and communities. By treating asylum seekers as inherent national security threat and making it easier to remove them from the country, the Liberals are hearkening back to some of the most draconian policies of Stephen Harper's Conservative government. Mark Carney is a Conservative. The Conservatives won the last election. Plain and simple as that. He is a Conservative. But while then Citizenship and Immigration Minister Jason Kenney shrieked to the high heavens about bogus refugees and foreign criminals as he enabled increased deportations, Carney and the minister appear content to do the same with a smile and a handshake. And I was referring to this earlier in the stream, and I just want to get back to this. So there's this Canada Hates Trump account that says, "Dear America, with all due respect, we'll pass on becoming your 51st state. Sincerely, Canada." And for lots of different reasons, I would pass on being the 51st state, and just showing footage of what's been happening in LA. And this was from a lot earlier in the day. And Sam Hirsch here just saying, "I absolutely hate shit like this. Mark Carney literally just put forward legislation giving more power to Border Patrol agents and new sweeping powers to the Minister of Immigration to cancel, suspend, or modify immigration documents for entire groups without due process." One of the things I say on my channel quite often is that a lot of what's happening down in the States is happening here. It's just we're distracted because what's happening in the States is always so much bigger. It looks so much more, with the tear gas and the military and all this sort of stuff. It captures the attentions of Canadians, so Canadians aren't aware of what's happening here. And the Canadian government loves it that way, because then they sneak through all these things that make us very American-esque in our policies, but it goes unnoticed by the vast majority of the public who are captivated with the show going on down in the States. Canadians are so politically illiterate of what's happening here in this country. If the vast majority of people knew the details of this legislation, they would not be okay with it. They wouldn't want this. The violation of having your mail checked, or, your IP address just handed over. The fact that all of us are being treated with suspicion and suspect. Like, we're now all suddenly potentially criminal until proven otherwise. That's a very fascistic way of living in a state. Of just assuming everyone should be watched. That we should have the ability to just, put everyone into that category without cause. It's very, very problematic. But so many Canadians are unaware this is happening because of the show down in the States. And this here is from the Ottawa Citizen. Carney's spending promises will require significant cuts to public services. Again, a very conservative way to go. Capping the public services will not be enough to pay for Prime Minister Mark Carney's tax cut and defense spending promises, says Yves Gros, Canada's parliamentary budget officer. Carney has promised to pass tax cuts for the middle class, again, very conservative sounding, by Canada Day, reducing the lowest marginal tax rates. The cut is expected to cost the government $27 billion over 5 years. Tax the rich. Tax the living hell out of the rich, out of corporations. Tax, tax, tax. Tax them. Tax them so hard that they might have to give up a yacht. The Prime Minister has also committed to meet the NATO target spending of 2% of GDP on defense. In his campaign platform, Carney promised more than $30.9 billion in defense-related spending over the next 4 years. He has also pledged to balance the federal government's operating budget. He plans to do all these things while capping the federal public service and not cutting it. But in an interview, the person who was the expert on this from the public board, that I can't pronounce their name, said the promise of a cap on the public service will not be enough to mitigate Carney's additional spending. He said he expects higher deficits and, as a result, higher debt servicing charges over the next few years. To balance or pay for these types of additional spending, there would need to be severe cuts to public service, significant cuts, Gros said. Gros spoke to Ottawa Citizen following the release of the Parliamentary Budget Office report on the main estate tabled by Treasury Board President. The report examined the government bills that seeks Parliament approval for $222.9 billion in spending. I'm starting to voice out, so I'm not going to finish reading this, but people can look up the article if you want to see the rest of it. But again, very, very conservative in what they're doing when it comes to cutting social spending on social services. Because even if you cap something like this, it's basically the same as cutting it when inflation will continue to increase, but they stay the same, or the needs aren't being met of more people who need it. And the NDP, who has lost party status, which I predicted they would lose party status if they kept Jagmeet on as leader of the NDP. They did, and they lost party status. Well, now that they have zero power whatsoever, they found a backbone. So Rachel Gilmore, if you're interested in Canadian politics, follow her on all social medias and YouTubes. She does a wonderful job covering it as an independent reporter. The NDP just said they're going to vote against the throne speech. This is a confidence vote, so if it doesn't pass, say hello to an election. That said, the Bloc will most likely vote in favor. Blanchet has suggested he'll prop up the government until we have a deal with the U.S., and I kind of suspected that it would pass, and it did.
New Democrats met in caucus this morning, and we decided that we are going to be voting no to the throne speech. 1.2 million Canadians sent New Democrats to this Parliament to advocate for working families across this country, and yet in this...
And if you actually did that in the first place, then you might have a bunch more New Democrats in Parliament right now.
This throne speech, we don't see those priorities reflected. New Democrats met in caucus this morning, and we decided that we are going to be voting no to the throne speech. Yeah.
And so Leah Gazan, one of the few who survived the NDP purge, says what was left out of the throne speech: seniors, women and gender equality, workers, youth, disability justice, diversity and equality, working, housing, mental health and addiction, Indigenous and treaty rights, environmental protections. I will never lift up a throne speech that leaves out the majority of Canadian population. Nation building means lifting up all people. I'm ready to hold the Liberal government accountable. So finally, they're doing something. They're voting against the throne speech, which means dick all, because it still went through because they have so little power. And Christo Avalos pointed out when replying to somebody who was saying, "Oh, the Liberals got sneaky and forced through the throne speech without a vote." But Christo was just pointing out, no, what happened is that Poilievre and Blanchet bent the knee to Carney so hard they didn't even register a vote. The NDP can't call for a roll call vote because they don't have status. So the throne speech is through with virtually no pushback from the other parties. They're just like, yeah, do whatever. We're not going to vote on it. Just let it go through. And the NDP are not in the position to demand that there's an actual official vote on it. And so this actually gives the Bloc and the Conservatives some cover to say, well, we never voted for it in the future. When they want to talk smack about it, they can say, I didn't vote for it. Like, our party didn't vote for it. They didn't vote against it either. And Jessa is just saying, I don't get, folks. The NDP finally stand for something, take a political risk doing it, and now you're angry with them? What did you support of that throne speech? Yeah. And she also just said, when do you want the NDP to vote against the Liberals? Only when it's electorally advantageous. And when will that be? Did we not demand they stick to their neck out and stand for leftist values? Even if performative, it's sending the right message. No? Yes, we wanted the NDP to do this a long time ago. They didn't. Now they're doing it. When they have no power, fine. Still sends a decent message to the people who are still supporting the party that there might be some embers left in the fire that burnt down the party that are worth maybe rekindling. I don't know. It's just, yes, I wanted the NDP to do this a long time ago, to really show some sort of backbone. They didn't, and now they don't even have party status in the House because of it. And we don't need to go over this. This was just something fun that I was going to save up, but it was Pierre Poilievre showing that he was drinking from an empty cup. Okay. So I have one more docket on the go. That is all provincial stuff. But first, let's check the SandBox. Oh my gosh, it's already been over 3 hours. I really did not want this to be a 4-hour long live stream or more. Okay. Let's see what people have been up to in the SandBox. Some people signing off for the night. 56 Nickridge. Canada should not only welcome international students, but make it easier for graduates from Canadian Institutes of Higher Learning to achieve citizenship. Let's reverse the brain drain. Jack in the Box. Ha ha ha. Let's see. 56 Nickridge. Pride Month isn't long enough. Also saying if I was going to need asylum in the USA, would be my last choice. Jet, I wouldn't mind trying to be an asylum seeker in Canada, but being as disabled as I am, they seem poised to just be like, nah. And yeah, you probably wouldn't. It's very difficult to become a Canadian citizen to receive asylum or refugee status. It's extremely difficult unless, you know, Justin Trudeau wanted to put on the performative, we're letting so many Syrian refugees in. Look at how great and wonderful we are as a nation. And then once they got here, totally ignored them and didn't help them at all. My left eye, I'll have to get going shortly, but thanks for the stream. And thanks again to BCAP for sharing my channel. Pleasure to be here. Good night all. Solidarity. Have a great night, my left eye. Nice to meet you. I should remind myself that I'm going to look up the channel as soon as I sign off. Let's see. Jack, TYT chat is now paywalled. You have to be a member of their YouTube channel in order to... Wow. Things are getting pretty bad there if that's the case. Need to hurry up and make my TYT documentary before it's really irrelevant. I imagine you would still be able to leave comments under the videos, though, unless they block comments as well. Looney Tunes 9000, Sandy doesn't know I'm here and doesn't know about my live stream from Friday. Well, congrats on your live stream from Friday, and I do know you're here. Oh, is Bad Lefty also in here? Hello, Bad Lefty. I was getting all ready for Pride Day at the park that I was volunteering at Friday, so I was out of it. Oops. And then it jumps. Uh, 56 Nick Rich. Mods have the joy of being acknowledged by the chat, knowing that whatever time they contribute to the mix is voluntary. I can't thank our wrenches enough. Dissolver. Hello and welcome to the SandBox. Palantir wants JD Vance as president. There's a lot going on in the United States right now. And some of it is kind of petty and drama fueled, like with the tiff between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. But, you know, it's a sad day when a falling apart relationship can have such dire consequences on a nation. That somebody's bad mood can just destroy a nation. Looney Tunes 9000. This space TV is now TYT's competitor. It'd be nice. Jack TYT brought to you by Palantir. Yeah, maybe. I gotta move on to my last docket because my voice is crapping out. And I think I need a fresh drink and something to eat. Oh, let's go to the beginning of the docket. So it's not just the federal government that is pushing through a whole bunch of bills that, well, they pushed through one, or planning to. That is really horrible. The provincial government, Doug Ford here in Ontario, is pushing through a crap ton of horrid bills. Our rights are being taken away right before us, and most Canadians are just sitting by and letting it happen. Most likely because they won't know until it affects them. Like they try to get some type of care or a service, or their budget suddenly changes and they can't afford things. And it's one of those things that so much can happen in government that people aren't paying attention to. And then they wake up one day and they be like, what the hell happened? Well, this is what is happening right now. And it is horrible. So this is from Lee's something or other name. She is a NDP MPP here in Ontario. Breaking, Ford's Trump-style power grab is racing through Queen's Park. This week, the Ford government is fast-tracking 7 bills, cutting debate short, skipping committee scrutiny, and trying to ram through Bill 5, which would grant massive new special economic zone powers. And so she's adding some images from the Trillium. Here's what the PC governments are pushing past before the summer by cutting off debate. 7 bills have been fast-tracked for 6 bills. Committee reviews have been canceled, and debate time has been limited to 30 to 60 minutes. That's not enough time to scrutinize a bill. For Bill 5, the government has given notice of a time allocation motion to stop another filibuster. Last week, I was talking about Bill 5 and how the NDP in particular were filibustering it, making it so that they couldn't talk about it, and it delayed it. And I said at the time, that's all it did was delay it. It didn't stop it, it just delayed it from happening. There will be 1 hour of debate, and the bill will go to a final vote. Bill 5, and this is a breakdown of the bills that were just rammed through. Bill 5, Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act. Again, very Orwellian titles that they love to pick. It will give extraordinary powers to override any provincial and municipal law, repeals the Endangered Species Act and sidesteps environmental protection, tramples over treaty rights of First Nations, and ignores prior informed consent. Bill 6, Safer Municipalities Act, fines people $10,000 for using drugs but does nothing to provide treatment for those who request it. Criminalizes unhoused population by penalizing continuous trespassing. Because when you're unhoused, you can afford the $10,000. Bill 10, Protect Ontario Through Safer Streets and Stronger Communities Act, will grant Solicitor General power to allow special constables, transit enforcement, community housing, campus security to carry firearms. I covered this a while ago. This is a bad idea. They're not going to be trained nearly as well as police officers, and they're not trained well enough when it comes to who they might tend to target more with pulling out their weapons. Politicizes judicial appointments like in the United States, fails to fix the backlog in Ontario's court system. But they seem to be okay with the Bill 11 More Convenient Care Act. So some good things, I guess. Requires that healthcare facilities track and report how much they are spending on private staffing, which is a good thing to know. Modernize health records to allow Ontario's greater digital access to the medical history, which is good to know. Bill 13, Primary Care Act, establish framework for what Ontarians can expect from primary care, requires Minister of Health to prepare an annual report demonstrating progress towards primary care for all Ontarians. So that's some good stuff. But Bill 17, Protect Ontario by Building Faster and Smarter Act. I think the word smarter is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Will eliminate municipal building codes like the Toronto Green Standard. That's what you love to hear about things, that you're going to get rid of building codes. Limit municipalities' use of inclusionary zoning and affordable housing requirements. Those municipalities, they shouldn't have a say in what their city does when it comes to zoning. They might do things like mix zoning and make more, accessible communities and stuff. Allow builders to defer payments of development charges. Yeah, what could go wrong there? And a little bit more. The first slide is the last slide from the last thing. So here we go. Bill 13, primary. Yeah, so those ones are just already repeated. So, Anyway, those were the bills. And here she is also saying, is there time to listen to the people? This government waited 7 weeks. Then a blitz of bills rammed through with shortened debate and no respect for the people or the member from, I do not know how to say where Salmamakwa is from. If you don't consult the public, you're not governing, you're railroading.
Entertaining to hear the member from the other side talking about tricks. When you think about the fact that from last summer until the election, we sat for 7 weeks, and all of a sudden in the last week or 10 days, how many bills did we have to push through? How many times did they call time allocation? Well, this time we have 7 weeks in the legislature, and lo and behold, bill after bill after bill. Is there time to really debate them? Is there time? Is there time to listen to the people? Is there time to listen to the people who are outside right now? Is there time to listen to our member from Kiwetano? Order, please. Is there time for you to even read the bill?
No, there wasn't. And so, especially with Bill 5, Salmamakwa, who is First Nations, really upset with it. And he did a big no-no in the House of Commons. And we'll go over what happened to him, or in Queen's Park. So this is Merritt Stiles. She's the leader of the Provincial NDP. Says, shameful, my colleague and our deputy leader, Salmamakwa, was removed from the legislature for speaking out against Bill 5. Here's the moment it happened. Make no mistake, Bill 5 must be scrapped.
I recognize the member for Kiwetano.
Speaker, First Nations in Ontario do not want Bill 5.
Yeah.
I say no to Bill 5. Last week, the government said that they respect First Nations, that they respect treaty rights. Speaker, we know the Premier is telling untruths to First Nations. about...
We'll ask the member to withdraw.
He's not telling the truth.
Oh no, the decorum. In Queen's Park and, Parliament up in Ottawa, in the House, you are not allowed to accuse anyone of lying, even when it's truthful statement that they are in fact lying. So what Saul just did was he accused them of saying untruths. In other words, he said that they were lying. And how dare he state the truth by mentioning that they were saying things that were untrue.
We'll ask the member to withdraw.
He's not telling the truth.
But that's the truth.
I will ask the member to withdraw.
That is the truth. Going.
We'll ask the member to withdraw.
Speaker, Premier is telling untruths. That's the truth.
We should be allowed to have our politicians actually acknowledge when the Premier is lying on the House floor. And I don't mean like lying down. I mean like lying as in saying untruths. And if they're lying down on the House floor, we should probably know that. They should probably be able to acknowledge that too.
I will warn the member. Please withdraw.
Our rights are not being respected.
Draw the comment.
I'm not withdrawing. Speak.
Sam Momakwa, you have been named.
You have been named, sir? You see, the thing is that when they say you've been named, it's because here, you notice how Saul didn't say Doug Ford? They have to go by title. So it's the honorable member of whatever location, if they're an honorable member, or it's the representative from blank. So Doug Ford is referred to the Premier in this. He's not referred to by name, and you're not supposed to talk directly at them. You have to talk through the speaker. And all of this is just so stupid. The pomp, circumstance, the theater, the show, it's stupid and useless. And it's part of the Westminster politics that I find so, ancient and backwatered. Like, why is this a rule? Why is it like, oh no, the decorum, you can't lie. You have been named? Like, it's so useless and interferes with actual policy making and real conversations. Like, this is why nothing ever really gets done unless it's rammed through. And so here's the moment that he was ejected from the House because he got kicked out because he would not take back. Like, again, it's childish. Take back what you said. I will not. You go to detention. Like, that is literally what this is. Take it back. No, I will not take it back. Fine. You get kicked out. And so here he is being ejected from the Ontario legislature after accusing the Premier of telling untruths, which is very true, to the First Nations. After being asked to withdraw the comment, he said no and was named and forced to leave. And Marit Stiles, to her credit, went with him. And this is what he had to say right afterwards.
So if you would, perhaps just explain to us what happened.
That's probably too quiet.
I told the truth. So if you would, perhaps just explain to us what happened. I told the truth. And the government cannot accept the truth. The system here cannot tell the truth or accept the truth. And I think it's important that I said those things. But today is a day where a lot of First Nations will be outside later on this afternoon. think it's important that the government needs to understand, you cannot trample on inherent rights. You cannot trample on First Nation rights. You cannot trample those things and get away with it. And I think that's why I said those things, and they need to be said in a very public way. Today, the second day of National Indigenous History Month. This is what the government thinks of reconciliation, truth and reconciliation. And to be able to say the truths from a First Nations member, or that's a step backwards. It's a step backwards towards that path of reconciliation. We're not walking together.
And so a little bit more on the pushback against Bill 5 from First Nations. Anishinaabe Nation demands immediate withdrawal of Bill 5. On behalf of the Anishinaabe Nation Grand Council Chief states, the Anishinaabe Nation is seeking to advance our relationship with the Government of Ontario so that we can move forward together, which will focus on mutually beneficial success to ensure the economic prosperity for all of our Anishinaabe Nation citizens throughout the province. The obligation of the Crown to First Nations are grounded in Canada's Indigenous Constitution. Autonomous Indigenous lawmaking authority was preconditioned to instruments such as the Royal Proclamation of 1763, Treaty of Niagara, and other pre- and post-Confederation treaty agreements, so it must also be a precondition to any passing of Bill 5. The honor of the Crown requires that the government honor First Nations as autonomous lawmaking authorities who have never ceded our control over our resources. The federal government has offended the spirit and intent of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP. The province has breached the honor of the Crown and won't engage with First Nations before passing legislation. Municipalities are now fully imbued with strong mayor powers, and the private sector continues to legitimize paper joint ventures in its procurement. This is a concerted plan to keep First Nations on the periphery, threatening our ability for even a fraction of our resource revenue opportunity, should that be desired. Industry will only suffer because of what amounts to anti-democratic provincial policy. Furthermore, and most importantly, the land and in turn our people will suffer greatly as we are intrinsically connected. We expect the provincial government to be clear on whether they are willing to honor First Nations decision-making authority into Bill 5 process. We demand to know, will the Government of Ontario amend Bill 5? To the resource development, investment, and business community, we say this. Bill 5 undermines the principle of lawful consultation, environmental due process, inherent rights, Aboriginal title and Aboriginal treaty protected rights, all of which are foundational to a stable and a predictable investment environment. While this bill may promise short-term regulatory shortcuts, it will almost certainly result in long-term delays, legal battles, and reputational damage for companies involved. And I have said that it shouldn't just be First Nations to be the ones pushing back against these bills. And fortunately, here the Ontario Federation of Labour is standing with them. 1 million workers stand with MPP Salmamakwa. We won't let this government silence Indigenous voices. This morning at Queen's Park, OFL President Lauren Walton joined Anishinaabe Chief Scott McLeod and spokesperson for the Robinson Huron and former Chief Dean Sayers, ONDP leader and leader of the official opposition, Merritt Stiles, deputy leader, the Shadow Minister issued a clear and urgent warning. The Protect Ontario, okay, blah, blah, blah. During question period, they saw Saul get kicked out. If Ford thinks he can bulldoze his way through Indigenous territory without consent, he is not just provoking backlash, he is reigniting a movement, said OFL President Laura Walton, referring to the Idle No More movement that rose in response to the federal Conservative government bill C-45. Indigenous communities and workers have been clear. We are not opposed to development. In fact, we welcome responsible projects that respect land, honor treaty obligations, and protect workers' rights, and treat First Nations and Indigenous communities as true partners. What we oppose and what Labor will never accept is a government pushing through legislation that overrides rights workers and Indigenous communities have fought to and bled for, silence dissent, and excludes the very people it impacts the most. We will not allow this government to ignore its duty to consult, seek consent, and show respect to the workers and communities they are meant to serve. Workers and Indigenous peoples have stopped governments before, and we will again. Ooh. Like the sound of that. And so here is more on what was happening during the talk and the passing of Bill 5, and it was passed. And this is from Colin DeMello. The first of many flashpoints took place at Queen's Park as First Nations leaders demand the resignation of Indigenous Affairs Minister Greg Rickford after Bill 5 was passed. Some are now promising to shut down the Ring of Fire.
Please rise and remain standing to be counted by the clerks.
The battle over Bill 5 faced its final confrontation.
Sorry, it's wrong ear hole. There we go.
Please rise and remain standing to be counted by the clerks.
The battle over Bill 5 faced its final confrontation at Queen's Park, as the Ford government voted to pass the controversial legislation. It was met with vocal protests.
I heard this earlier. I'm not hearing it now. I watched this clip earlier and heard it, and I'm not hearing it now. And I wanted to make comments about some of what I was hearing. But Soul Life gave a thumbs up, their hearing. Bozette, we hear it and it's way louder than you are, and I'm not hearing it at all. Oh, that's frustrating. Because I watched the thing earlier. What if I unplug this? That's weird. I can't hear it through the earphones, but I can hear it through the speakers. Okay, and you guys are saying that it's too loud, so I will lower the volume of this one.
Please rise and remain standing to be counted by the clerks.
The battle over...
Unfortunately, I can almost not hear it. Let me do this. There we go.
Bill 5 faced its final confrontation at Queen's Park, as the Ford government voted to pass the controversial legislation. It was met with vocal protests from First Nations who are now demanding the resignation of a key cabinet minister who voted for the law.
We'll be asking for the Minister of Indigenous Affairs, Rickford, to resign. He is supposed to be representing Indigenous Affairs for our nations, but he failed at every turn.
The bill now allows the Ford government to begin drawing up special economic zones where critics say all laws would be suspended.
We'll get a little bit more into that, but like literally, it's just Doug Ford's way of saying, if I want something to go through, he wrote a law to make it so that he could do whatever he wants. That's what it is. He wrote a law to benefit the corporations and rich people, because that's who he works for. But it's like, oh, these things used to be illegal, or I couldn't do that before. Well, I just passed a law to make sure I can.
First Nations asked the government to take a step back, consult with them first before passing the bill. The province says meaningful consultations will only begin after the bill becomes law.
I think from the First Nations, our diplomacy ends today. Our diplomacy is done.
Some are promising action that begins in Northern Ontario.
The next step is we're going to shut down the Ring of Fire. Whatever that means, whatever we can do, we're going to shut it down.
But First Nations have also threatened to blockade highways to make their point, leading to cautionary words from the Premier.
You can't break the law, simple as that. If any of us go stand and block the highways, they need to move on or they'll be dealt with appropriately. But in my opinion, that wouldn't be very, very wise whatsoever.
What do you think he's threatening right there? That wouldn't be very wise. You know, if you were to protest my actions that totally override your rights, it wouldn't be very wise. You see what's happening down in the United States right now. We're a heartbeat away from that. A lot of Canadians like to live up here and be like, oh, I'm so glad I'm up here. We're a heartbeat away from scenes like that here in Canada.
In my opinion, that wouldn't be very, very wise whatsoever.
Critics noted, though, that despite the Premier's defense of the bill, Doug Ford was absent from the final vote.
How pathetic is that? That this bill, this very contentious bill, there were people protesting it outside, people shouting it down, and he couldn't even be there for the vote? He was absent, and he comes up with a bullshit reason. But are you fucking kidding me? That after all of this, he didn't have the bones to be there and vote on it.
When this so important piece of legislation was passed, I want to hear what his excuse is, because from where we sit, he looks like a coward.
The Premier's office says Ford was meeting with a Republican governor at the time, allowing him to miss the vote and a face-off with First Nations.
And so David Moskrop is just quote tweeting Colin DeMello with the quote that of Doug Ford saying, you know, the protesters will be dealt with appropriately, and says that he wouldn't think it's a good, like, what was the exact words? It would be up to the OPP and it wouldn't be very wise. And then David is just mentioning, I believe we've established the precedent that people who don't look like something are allowed to blockade whatever they please in Ontario, including a city, for up to a month or so. So where was all this fight in Doug Ford about protesters when the trucker convoy was in Ottawa, making life impossible for the people who are living there? He was fine with that protest. That went on for almost a month, disrupting the lives of people, making it, you know, terrorizing them, causing them permanent hearing loss, like hearing damage because of the truck horns being blared all the time. That was allowed to go on. Doug Ford didn't do anything about that. But now, because he passed a bill that completely overrides the rights of certain groups of people here, if they decide that they're not okay with it and want to push back, well, it wouldn't be very wise if you stand up for your rights in that situation. What we see down in the United States is just a heartbeat away from happening here. And this is from Laura Stone, a reporter, saying, shouts of same, and where's the Premier as the PC caucus rises to vote for Bill 5. Others scream our land is not for sale. Premier Ford is not in the legislature for Bill 5. For the vote, bill passes 71 to 44. We're going backwards on reconciliation. Shouts after the votes. Let's see. That was really loud. I've sat in these chairs before watching a meeting. It is disturbingly narrow, those aisles. And also, you're not allowed to do what they're doing, which is good that they're doing it then. You're not allowed to make any noise. You're not allowed to protest. You're not allowed to take anything to write on, because then you might write on something and hold it up as a sign. You can't take in your cell phone. Like, you're supposed to sit there quietly and do nothing suggestive that you might protest. So good on these people for protesting. but we get the idea of that. And so this is from the Ontario NDP. They should have come to consult with us and get our consent before drafting the bill. Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty, I do not know how to say that name. Bill 5 disrespects the duty to consult in the rights of First Nations. It gives Cabinet the power to override any law they want anywhere. So yes, he just wrote a law to make it so he can break a law. That's it. He wrote laws to make it so he can break laws.
I'm Anna Betty Chnibaneshkim, and I serve as the Deputy Grand Chief for Anishinaabe Nation. What I want to say today is that, yes, it is quite very possible that this bill will pass by the end of the day today. And where we are, you know, have spoken out in terms of opposing this, not that we're against securing economic ventures, but that our right to assert ourselves as treaty people of Ontario is being ignored, and that this engagement process that the provincial government is speaking of is, they are going to be telling us, they're not going to be consulting, and our position is that they should have come to consult with us and get our consent prior to drafting of this bill. That's, we have been very firm as Anishinaabe Nation and standing behind our leadership in taking that position.
And some more from Marit Stiles and Salma Makwa.
The fight does not end here. The fight...
Sorry, that was also very loud.
It is just beginning. Just like Bill 28, just like Bill 124. I want to tell you first, before I'm going to turn over to my colleague here, Saul Mamakwa, and the chiefs that are here with us today. But this fight does not end here. The government has had a terrible track record. Just like the notwithstanding clause is going to end up in the courts, and they are going to end up repealing it. It's just a matter of time. I also want to know...
Yeah, it is just a matter of time, because this is trampling over people's rights. And so then what? Is Doug Ford just going to do the other thing that he can do to break laws, which is to use the notwithstanding clause to strip away people's rights? This is absolutely unacceptable that he's doing this in so many different ways.
Where the Premier was today when this so important piece of legislation was passed. I want to hear what his excuse is, because where we sit, he looks like a coward. Not to mention the member who represents the riding where the Dresden landfill is about to be imposed. I'm going to turn this over to my colleague, Saul Mamakwa.
What you just saw just now, I think from the First Nations, our diplomacy ends today. Our diplomacy is done. And then now that's the, that's the feeling that we get, and it's difficult for people to be able to accept. And I think where you cannot, again, you cannot trump.
He's basically saying, no more diplomacy, we need to hit the streets. I wish he'd be a little bit more direct with it, but this is pretty good. And this is what I've been wanting the NDP to do, both provincially and federally, is basically start doing calls to action. It'd be nice if it was a little bit more direct, but he had also suggested that Idle No More will happen again, which is good. I've been wanting the NDP to do this, so I'm glad they are.
Upon rights of the people that live on these homelands and get away with it.
So Bill 5 wasn't the only bill to be rammed through with all of this. There was also Bill 6. And Diane Chan McNally, a housing advocate, was just saying Bill 6 has been passed with a third reading debate cut to just 9 minutes. And this is the one where it can punish people up to $10,000 in jail time for being unhoused. And last year, 80,000 people were in the tent encampments across the province. Let's see. Right, I have that article ready to read. So, This is from Toronto Today. So this and the next article are very similar, but there were some points in it that they had that I wanted to make sure that I get most of, so you might see me skipping around in these a lot. Toronto homelessness advocate rally against Ford government increasing policing powers in encampments. Bill 6, known as the Safer Municipalities Act, safer for who exactly, will give police more power to arrest anyone in possession of illegal drugs in public, including in tent dwellings. So you get rid of the supervised consumption sites. And people are unhoused, and they at least have like maybe a tent encampment they can go to for some privacy. But that's still public land. Where exactly are people supposed to go if they're dealing with an addiction? Going cold turkey, just cutting it off, especially when you're in a situation that, you know, partly led to the addiction for a lot of people in the first place, is a coping mechanism for the dire situation they're in. How do you expect people to just shut it off? They need somewhere where they can, you know, use what they need to survive. This is just cruelty. So the Ontario government is poised to pass a bill that, and we already know that, so let's skip that. Led by the newly formed Encampment Justice Coalition, local grassroots organizers protest the province's alarming legislation, which activists said will cause irreparable harm to the unhoused population in Toronto. Under Bill 6, individuals suspected of using hard substance in public space, which includes tents that are used as dwellings, could face up to 6 months in jail and up to $10,000. It also aims to clear encampments by increasing penalties for continuous trespassing. Inside the legislature, Doug Ford's progressive conservative government put forward time allocation, and we just touched that. So Diane Chan McNally says, we were blocked and told that anyone who demonstrates outside is banned from entering for 24 hours, she said. If this is a new rule, nobody knows about it, NDP staff didn't know. Toronto Today attempted to reach out to Speaker Donna Skelly's office to ask whether such a security protocol was being enforced, but did not hear back by publication time. So basically, if you're outside and you start protesting, you're not allowed inside, because then you might continue to protest, and we don't like that. Speakers at the rally, which had about 100 attendees, stressed that people living in encampments need housing, not fines or further risk of arrest. McNally argued that too many unhoused people in Ontario have been abandoned by the government, and that dinging them with fines and jail time doesn't work. It creates less safety and costs all of us money in the long run, she says. Homelessness is not a crime. This is egregious legislation. Under the watch of the Ford government, homelessness has become a crisis all across this province. And it absolutely has, and now he's criminalized it. He's criminalized the issue he caused. Affordable housing must be expanded, especially when we are contending with the very real threat of recession fueled by unpredictable American tariffs. So she said that this is also a very American approach to handling encampments. Bill 6 is Doug Ford's deflecting responsibility for the housing and homeless crisis directly onto victims of the crisis, she said. This is an American policy. It has been enacted across America by people like Donald Trump. This is Trump policy that we are bringing into Ontario. Earlier in the month, McNally Encampment published an open letter causing to invest with other things. With supervised consumption sites shut down, it leaves nowhere for homeless people to use drugs, the letter says. Meanwhile, Savannah Wilson, a member of the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness, called Bill 6 a blatant attack on marginalized communities, suggesting the bill is anything but safe. It criminalizes poverty and punishes people for trying to survive in public spaces when there is not enough adequate housing available. She said the bill is being enacted in the name of safety, but we're here to ask the government, safety for who? So Lyndon Kermack, a member of the Toronto Underhoused and Homeless Unions, who used to live in a local homeless encampment, said Bill 6 unfairly characterizes those living in tents and making makeshift shelters as the enemy. Living in an encampment already feels like going to jail, she said. You have a bunch of security walking around and constantly and can't leave your tent unattended because the city workers may steal everything you own and throw it away. Having previously used drugs to self-medicate and manage the physical pain she was in, Kermack said an arrest by police would have only made me want to use more. How would that fix anything? How would that have helped me get out of a situation that I was in? What I needed most was access to housing and genuine support and compassion. I needed the city to be on my side, not see me as a threat to homeowners nearby. Kevin Wilson, a member of the Toronto Harm Reduction Advocacy Collective, also knew that it was what it was like to live on the streets, addicted to drugs and feeling hopeless. Though his current housing situation is not perfect, the local advocate said his living arrangements are moving in the right direction thanks to treatment he received from a supervised consumption site that has since closed. Bill 6 would give Doug Ford's government the power to lock people like me up and force me into treatment against my will for a problem I may not even have. He says, it's almost as if Ford thinks we're not capable of thinking for ourselves. But as long as I have breath in my body, Doug Ford and any member of his caucus will never know a moment's peace, he pledged. And they shouldn't. They should be protested everywhere they go. What they are doing is causing so much harm. The amount of social murder Doug Ford is responsible for, will be responsible for, is just astronomical. He should not have a day's peace in his life. And so this is from the Trillion. Ford's government passed anti-encampment bill with some liberal support. Some of the liberals got in with this. The Ford government's encampment crackdown bill has come to pass. The Ontario legislature has passed a say from, okay, we know that. So the bill passed in third reading. So as votes for the bill were being counted, Aaron Nelson stood up from their gallery seat in the House and told MPs the legislation was killing people before being escorted out by legislator guard. Nelson, who previously lived in the shelters, told the Trillium they became furious watching MPPs pass Bill 6, which they believe is directly attacking unhoused people who live in encampments, and particularly those using drugs. We're people, and I don't understand why the government can't see that, they said. The new law is vulnerable to charter challenge, according to Harneni, director of the Equality Program. Bill 6 impacts fundamental rights and freedoms of some of the most vulnerable people in our province, she said. It will give police the power to remove an individual from their home in the encampment, regardless of whether or not they have somewhere to go. It will also subject people who are unhoused to fines that they can't afford to pay for remaining in encampment after being told to vacate. An Ontario court has found that unhoused people's rights are violated if they are forced to leave an encampment where there are not enough shelter spaces, she added. The government's decision to close supervised injunction sites, and we've dealt with that. So let's see. And I've talked about the heart hubs and how useless they are. Diane Shannon McNally said to the Trillium that the community safe, after the bill passed, that it will deliver higher policing costs and less community safety as officers are pulled away from serious crime. What Ontarians won't see is the end to encampments, but rather an endless game of a whack-a-mole that pushes vulnerable people from park to park with no housing. The only real solution to homelessness in sight, Chan McNally said in a statement. The bill was opposed by most NDP and Liberal MPPs, but was supported by Grits Jonathan, I don't know how to say that, and Stefan Blas, both Liberal MPPs. Now, funny how they can vote not in line with their caucus for something like this, because normally when you vote, you have to be in line with your party. You're not allowed to vote against what your party votes for, because that can get you in a lot of trouble. But for some reason, it's totally fine for them to vote their conscience on this one and vote with the Conservatives, with no punishment or pushback from their leadership. So, Blas says, I think we can all agree that using hard drugs in public shouldn't be allowed. Hard drugs are illegal, and so if you do hard drugs in public and you're warned about it, then you continue to do that, then there are consequences for that. Where the fuck are they supposed to go? Where are they supposed to go when you shut down all the places they could have gone? Where do they go? Huh? Blaze, tell us that. Where do they go to do it? Right. You don't want them to do it anywhere. You just want them to die. He also believes that Bill 6 is giving municipalities what they requested and will be up to cities and service providers to ensure unhoused people aren't moved from parks to jails. If the municipalities want the tools to move people along, okay, here are the tools, Blaze says. Now you have an obligation to provide the space to move them in somewhere more appropriate. So we're making a big problem by finding people. So they're going to keep on moving around as opposed to being in one place where we can better treat them and track them. But we're making it so much difficult, and it's now on you, the city, to deal with our problem that we made. I hate this government. Those liberals are fuckwads. They're turds. I don't like them. And so here, after all those bills were just rammed right through, this is from Catherine Fife, NDP, MPP. If Ontario citizens are angry about this, you have every right to be. We are facing an economic crisis, which Ford called an economic war, prompting an early opportunist election. The tariff chaos continues. This is no time for the cottage. So Doug Ford claimed he needed an early election because of just stuff. And then he waited 7 weeks and then rammed through all these bills. And now what? From Colin DeMello. After just sitting 23 days in 2025, the legislature is set to rise today and won't return until October 20th. The current parliamentary calendar shows they were scheduled to return on September 8th. So, yeah, they're now on vacay. Like, technically speaking, they're not on vacation. It does open them up to more flexible time to go on vacation, and Doug Ford will most likely make a lot of use of his cottage over the next, what is it? So we're in June, most of June, July, August, September, October. So for the next 5 months. MPPs are still supposed to be working, you know, at their constituency office, talking to members of the public. What this means, though, is that no more bills will go through, nothing will be talked about, nothing, no committee, no nothing, no work will be done to help improve the lives of the people in Ontario. Doug Ford just went on a really long vacation after calling a snap election because things are so dire, it needs to happen now to have a stable government. And after ramming through these very unpopular bills. And he's hoping that by the time he comes back, the tariff situation is solved and people have forgotten about the bills. That's the hope. And again, a reminder of what Doug Ford will be planning on doing now that he's passed laws to make it so he can break laws and get what he wants. A reminder, Ford considering Highway 401 tunnel as a special economic zone where laws could be bypassed. So that horrendous law where, you know, or that horrendous tunnel idea that will cost $100 billion. That's my estimate. They're saying 50 to 60 billion. It will be 100 billion. If there's any ecological concerns, land concerns, anything of that sort, he can now override them and force this through. But here's a little article from Colin DeMello in Global News that might give a suggestion as to why Doug Ford has gone through all of this.
It was a big idea.
That is loud and it's not. I didn't need to put in my earbuds because I unplugged them. Let's just lower the volume on this a bit. There we go.
That appeared to come out of nowhere. Doug Ford stood by the Highway 401 and emphatically declared that his government was going to build an express tunnel to alleviate the constant congestion.
from Brampton and Mississauga in the west to Markham and Scarborough in the east.
Global News has learned that the idea wasn't the Premier's, but rather that of a large Canadian construction firm known for successfully delivering large public infrastructure projects.
Okay, I'll admit it. I was wrong. When he announced it that day, it seemed so out of the blue that I thought he was just saying shit and he wasn't thinking ahead, and he just had this idea pop in his head and he said it out loud and then had to make it so that he would have to follow through with it, because it caught even some of the other people in his caucus off guard. I thought he was just pulling it out of his ass. So he was, but it wasn't originally his idea. So everything was still true. He didn't warn everyone, but it turns out it wasn't just a spontaneous seed in his head. It was planted there by corporations who want to profit from it. And he's helping them do that.
In 2015, as the city of Toronto was considering the future of the crumbling Gardiner Expressway, Aecon Group began proposing a new idea, an express tunnel under the Gardiner from the 427 to the Don Valley Parkway. Aecon then took the idea to Queen's Park, looking to get provincial support as well. But when the city decided to rehabilitate the aging expressway, the Aecon tunnel idea was suddenly dead in the water.
They're starting up there.
The proposal, however, made a comeback in 2019 as the Ford government started looking at large-scale infrastructure projects to cure congestion. It was then that the Premier said he heard from construction companies.
I've talked to some of the largest unions in the country, telling experts, and then I talked to one of the largest construction companies that have done a lot of work for us as well. They both came back separately with the same answer. And they told me it's probably equal or less expensive to tunnel underground, that you're working around the clock, 365.
Global News has learned that Aecon then sent the Ford government an unsolicited proposal in 2019, a tunnel under the 401 from the 427 to the 404 with a potential connection to Pearson International Airport. The cost, sources say, would have been roughly $50 to $60 billion. 4 years after that pitch came in, the Premier made it policy.
It's going to be good. I'm excited about this because I know we can get it done.
While the construction firm appears to have come through the front door of Queen's Park, critics say it speaks volumes about how the Ford government does business.
We've seen this government go to extraordinary ends to make deals for favored bidders.
The government has promised to conduct a feasibility study to investigate how much a potential tunnel could cost for the taxpayers who would have to fund it. And back in September, when the Premier first made this announcement, he suggested that feasibility study was something of a priority. Well, several months later, Global News has learned that the government has conducted little work on that feasibility study. In fact, right now, they're doing a market sounding report, essentially going to the industry to figure out whether this tunnel idea actually has any legs.
Uh-huh. So we don't need to go through the rest of the article, but this is exactly why Bill 5 was passed, so that he could enrich his buddies. That's all. He made a bill so that he could break the law. And these will be challenged in courts. And then it's a matter of, will he use the notwithstanding clause? Our governments don't respect our rights. They don't respect the people. They only respect capital. It is gross. Gross. My voice is out. I'm going to check to see what is happening in LA quickly, and then the SandBox, and I'm calling it a night. Let's see. Let's go back to this page. Just mute that for a second. And then you're going to hear it through the mic. We need another live channel because Associated Press isn't live right now. Let's just do LA Live. The Independent is still live. Just back up a bit. It's really loud. I'm guessing that's tear gas somewhere. See this person here going by with a phone out, hopefully getting pictures of all of these people, some nice face shots. We should be able to identify all these National Guard people later for doing this. It looks like some tear gas was let off earlier. Somebody getting arrested. Bunch of tear gas going into the crowd. There is a chanting, when I say fuck, you say Trump. Fuck Trump. Fuck Trump. And we heard that, so let's skip forward. So this is live. Just going to check the SandBox as this is on in the background. Hello, John Martinez. Welcome to the SandBox. Nice to see you. Jet, this is really pretty scary to read. These need to be challenged as hard as possible, talking about, I think, some of the things that I've been covering. People still making digs at TYT. Very founded digs. So John Martinez, Carney in a Coal Mine is a great song by the Police. Oh, Canary in a Coal Mine, yeah. I put in the title, Carney in a Coal Mine, because it's just an indication of what's going to happen. Jaxie in America, Indigenous are honored by missiles and helicopters named after you, of which you'll be attacked by. Jed, is there any hope against this in Canadian courts? As I was saying earlier, a lot of these laws that were just passed, a lot of the legislation was passed will be challenged because it is unconstitutional. But if Doug Ford then decides to pull the notwithstanding clause, there is literally dick all we can do about it. Except protest. Protest, protest, protest. The soul there. I appreciate Sandy giving me a clue on what is happening with Canadian politics. Why, thank you. So, like Ford said, Canada hands out free heroin. Yeah. Politicians are allowed to lie, but then if you call them out in Queen's Park, you get kicked out for rightfully stating that they were lying. Looney Tunes 9000, that's fucked up. You can't even vote against your own party. Yep. They're very strict about that. They usually need to get special permission to vote their conscience on things. Which is very interesting how those two Liberal MPPs didn't get any pushback for voting against their party. I'm not a fan of it personally. Speak of the Bell riots and Deep Space Nine. Yes, I'm looking forward to rewatching that series. Soul Life says, good idea, Sandy. I'm not sure that they know what that is for. So, just everything. All my ideas are great. The only time government listens is when capital is threatened. And then they usually start with violence. I just get this worry that I'm going to turn this off and immediately be like, I wish I was covering that live. I'm about to sneeze. I can feel it, and I've dreaded the day I will sneeze on camera because my sneezes are big, explosive, and sequential. Never just one sneeze. It's minimum 4. And they're loud, and the last one usually just sounds like my nasal passage fell off. But I was seeing in the SandBox, somebody was mentioning that more people are planning on going to LA tonight. It wouldn't surprise me if things escalate a lot tonight. By then, like, the tensions, they're just raising, and people are getting tired and exhausted, especially all those National Guard people who have just been standing there all day, heightened anxiety. It'll reach a boiling point, and I'm worried. I'm worried. I'm just going to check Twitter to see if anything is on there about this right now. That pops up in my recommends. I just don't like using Twitter so much because they can show footage and videos that I'm not supposed to show on YouTube. Frodo is in the room. You're my world, Frodo. You are my world. You're my world. I love you so much. Yeah, I love you. He goes well with my Majority Report t-shirt. I love you. I love you so much. You're my world. There we go. There you go. Oh, I just wanted to show him. He's been doing good since he had his last scare a couple weeks ago. He's eating regularly and drinking lots. Yeah. That cat just means the absolute world to me. Okay. So a lot of what I'm seeing on Twitter is just saying, people saying, it's escalating, and that was 2 hours ago. Okay. I need to see if I can find the full video of this thing. Jank was on something, I think it was about the CBC. Sorry, I'm just seeing something about that on Twitter. Let's see. Oh, they posted it on TYT. What now for the left-wing media? Cenk Uygur at Web Summit 2025. It's only 25 minutes long. I'll have to add that to my watch for TYT content. So that I can finally finish that fucking video. But yeah, I have an insanely busy week ahead of me. I was hoping to get done well before now so that I could do other things that I need to get done. It's going to be a crazy week for me. Just nervous about stuff. But yeah, I'm tired. I was at Pride all day yesterday. It was great, beautiful day for it. Lots of turnout, just so many interesting things. I got a pansexual knitted kitten. So cute. So cute. And if I get a super chat, I'll show people more of what I got while I was there. Spent all my Christmas/birthday money. I also picked up this book that I'm very interested to look through. A Pocket Guide to Pronouns. Got the author to sign it. And the thing is that they just put their signature. And I never know if that's what I'm supposed to do when I sign my book, Necroplasm. You know, this book. Because I always ask the person's name, and then I put down the person's name, and I say something like, thank you, or enjoy, and then I sign my name. I don't know, like, why would I just put my name? I don't know. I don't know what is the proper protocol for signing a book you wrote. But yeah, if I get some super chats, I'll show you people more of what I got while I was at the festival with my birthday/Christmas money. But yeah, I have a super busy week. I will be back online though on Wednesday for an hour. It's kind of nice that I have an hour cut off. Like a hard out after an hour. Yeah, I'll be on this space. I am starting to really zone out because it's been quite a week. It's going to be quite a week. I'm nervous. I'm anxious. I have a lot to get done, so I should probably get going. You know all of these things, the rigmarole. Just again, thank you so much, 56 Nick Rich, for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate it. From earlier. Thank you to the mods. Thank you for all the people who have signed up on Patreon over here. Become a member or have become a member to the channel. I really could not do this without you. You know, every little bit helps. It really, really does, especially for somebody in my situation. And it encourages me to keep going. But I'm hoping that after this week, after the big thing is over that I'm involved with, I can focus on other things, which would be nice. So Solver, Trump didn't call National Guard on Jan 6th, did he? No, even though people wanted him to. I think like Nancy Pelosi and some others wanted him to, and he didn't. Yeah. Thanks to the mods. Thanks for you to everyone who's just viewing and watching, and to new members. Don't forget to like and subscribe and share my content with others and all that sort of fun stuff. And I'm getting distracted by this, but I need to be going. Okay, so I think with all of this, I will do this. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.